What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
The outer strength is obvious. It fades with age and succumbs to sickness. Then there is the chi, the inner strength. Everyone possesses it too. But it is indeed much more difficult to develop. The inner strength lasts through every heat and every cold.
Between earth and God, I'm a byproduct. I come from a family of hustlers. That byproduct, money is the root of all evil. But I'm still trying to find a large profit. It's a mirage, they live in a facade. I was smoking thigh and had a talk with God. She told me why she named me John. I author scriptures that shed light on the darker picture. If you my dog, I'm barking with you. Be feeling the star wisdom. My homie Chuck told me it was giants on earth before me. And chemtrails, we inhale. That's another story. Mercury is used to check temperature. The sun is the spirit sink in the earth. The moon is the portal, assuming you important. Set your turn. Mars is wars as the M turn. And change words, I'm in the game for change service. I'm about to disassemble a bomb, I ain't nervous.
Drake, Dragon, Draco, Draconian, Land of the Giants, Ice Wall, Patagonian, Lexicon, word wizardry, speaking Babylonian, highways of the vortex, shooting out the fallopian, low vibrating light, king of the material, mark of the beast, nanotech, scanning serial, the mental dead, carried by 6 to your burial, the lights is out. No resurrection, broken power grid, no interconnection. The Grim Reaper, I'm so collecting. 6-shot, hollow tip, rubber grip, Smith & Wesson. Bitch, repent when God is in your presence. Your aura is weak, uproot your essence. I walk through darkness, highly illuminated. Eyes blazing with fire, with blades double serrated. Hunting down clowns I double hated. Hit so hard your jaw is elongated. Shatter egos like they was glass plated. This was long overdue, past dated. One shot deal, it is as is and no recreation. All praises due to my parents for making. Always appreciate and never abated. One.
The A is.
One, 2, 3 to the 4. I wonder how many buildings align with the stars today. Like Machu Picchu in Peru. That's built on top of a fucking mountain. I look at this picture, it's like, how did they even get up there? Let's see. A ritual. Damn, there's a fucking ritual stone at the top of this mountain. I can't say this word, but my neighbors are so fucking loud I can hear their conversations. Like, who are they speaking to? Someone down the block? Fuck. They must be deaf. They should sacrifice Joe Biden on there. Oops, did I say that? I wonder how long it takes to get up to the top of this mountain here. Peru. I think Peru is Chichen Itza in Mexico. Look at this beauty. Chaco Canyon. Huh. New Grange. Oh, this is in Ireland. Orion correlation. Wonder if Cage is still alive. I should have went over there. Got this picture of the pyramids. Things are fucking huge. God damn. Waiting to see if anyone comes in here before I start. Maybe no one will come in here. I could go about my day. Max had a good, I think it was last night, he had a good stream. Was it last night? What's today? Sunday? Yeah. I think the other night there was a celestial alignment. Or was it a few weeks ago? Anybody go listen to Hurricane JW's new music? If not, I advise you do. Because that shit's fire. Chuck, man, why are you always promoting people's stuff? I wonder where they got that word, promote. A moat is a body of water around a building. Promote. Anyone ever see Pompeii, the city of Pompeii? This guy got his butt cheeks out. And the statue in the city of Pompeii. Looks like he was running for his life. The Roman town? It was Roman. Huh. Pompeii. Their pom-poms paid off. That's why it's called Pompeii. Oh shit, what up, Hurricane? I'm like, damn, nobody's coming today. Mount Vesuvius. I'm looking up. Yeah, stoned people. What's up, Mission? I'm just looking up different architectures. Doctor Who came out. The 10th Doctor is the reason why the volcano erupted. I have my theories about these volcanoes. What up, Flat Earth Nation? I heard a lot of theories on these volcanoes. You know how they like mine stuff and they got those machines that make piles of dirt, the conveyor belts and shit. Well, somebody pointed that out, that the giants were doing that. And that's how some of these pyramids were formed, these mountains like pyramids. And these volcanoes, some people say they're from underground, like it has to do with mining and shit. Me personally, I don't think there's what are them things called? The fucking, god damn it. The man, I can't think for shit this morning. I'm fucking things that rub together. I'm retarded today, man. That they say cause earthquakes. The fucking yeah, I'm definitely retarded this morning. Yeah, I remember that. Not the laser, but I've seen videos of them dropping something into them. And if you read about the Greeks, I think it was, they used to, if it wasn't the Greeks, tectonic plates, yes, thank you. Damn, I'm fucking slow today. I think a lot of these earthquakes are caused by their technology. That's just my opinion. Or those big machines, the bore machines, when they're fucking digging, they used to hit these stones before. This is before they upgraded. These bore machines now can melt fucking stone, but this is before they added that. I bet you when they were trying to get into some of these giant stones, that shit was causing earthquakes. I see videos of people recording the ground, this guy, but I don't know how real that stuff is. And he could hear them digging underground, the ground is shaking. I don't know how real that is, but I think they dig too deep for the most part for that. Oh shit, I've never seen this picture before. Yeah, I was thinking these drill operations fucking, I would think they got all the continents connected. No, we spoke on that on my channel before. I got maps that show train that connect all the fucking continents. And also, I remember we were speaking, how do the presidents and these important people travel so fast? Either A, they use the underground rail systems, or B, they're not taking the same flights that the planes are taking. A lot of these planes take people on longer flights, so they're bullshit global pan out. Like, if you're gonna go to China, they bring you all the way around for these long flights when they could just cut right up over Alaska, boom. But instead they go the long way. But yeah, I would love to find this underground entrance. I want to find the entrance to, matter of fact, let me see what I could find. This highway that goes from the East Coast. Truck drivers talk about this underground freeway. That go from coast to coast without coming up one time. Let's see what I could find. First thing when I look it up, it says the idea of a trucker's underground highway running coast to coast is a popular folklore among truck drivers. Of course, that's the first thing. Of course, when they do that, man, that's when I really question. That's the first thing they say when you look it up. Why would the truck drivers some of them come out and say that? And I've seen the entrances in Colorado. The problem is I can't find the exit. Someone just said they go from, yeah, his name's Fraud at that. They go from Missouri to DC. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. Truck drivers into hidden tunnel. Let's see this video. Oh, fuck out of here with that. Yeah, I used to have DuckDuckGo, but I think DuckDuckGo is the same shit in my opinion. I used to use DuckDuckGo and all that, and I really didn't find too much different. Now I could be wrong. Damn, they got a tunnel in Virginia. Let's look at this. I've never seen this. A bridge that turns into a tunnel in Virginia. Interesting. That shit goes right underwater. Now, this design looks pretty stupid for the fact if it floods, it's going to fill that tunnel right up. And why? Oh, because of boats. That's probably why they did that. Let me see if I could download this picture. This is the picture right here. Why do they keep doing this? See it? No. Look at that. If that has some sort of, I should have filled up with water ASAP. DroneLift.com. Part of the highway fell into the ocean in California. Interesting. Was that because of that fake fire? I mean, it wasn't fake, but as far as it being natural, it's fake. Like, they must think we're dumb or something. It's a forest fire, but the forest is still there. Yeah, they gotta think we're dumb. Oh. Interesting. Man, that weak ass bridge. Aha! What's this? See, this now is what it should look like. From coast to coast. From coast to coast. Now it won't let me save the picture. That's odd you say your carpal tunnel is bothering you, because my muscles are hurting bad today. And I feel sick, like I got a headache. I never get sick either. When I say never, I mean never. I feel like complete shit today. My muscles hurt. You know, like when you get the flu? Maybe they're upping their microwave technology. We're gonna roast these bastards today. That's what they're saying. Confessions of a truck driver. I want to see if I could find this. Because I was looking up in Colorado, they got this base underground and truck drivers deliver. And they were saying about how they deliver all types of shit and they have these underground, like these bays that you pull up to. And they said they got restaurants under there for the military bay, all types of shit. And one truck driver said he drove from the West Coast or about Colorado all the way he came out near Boston. I don't think the truck driver would just make that up. And he said there's truck stops under there and everything. Now, I don't know if you need a pass to get into this, but you probably do. It's probably government only. But my question is, where would these engines be and exit? Let's see. I'm gonna try DuckDuckGo again later. I have to re-download it. Is this the guy? Interesting. Let me see this video. Let's see.
Lifestyle. I drive a truck for Stage Call Corporation, and we're on a WWE tour. I've been on it for about 11 years. This is my last job. Oh, wow. This is my last job. Would you recommend this lifestyle to other people or no? Mainly if you're single or your children are grown. Because you're out for a long time. How difficult is it to get in Stage Call? I'll be there at the right time. Right time of year when I'm real busy.
I ain't gonna talk about
Semi-retired,
special.
so I work 5 months, take off 5, work 5 months, take off 5.
I'm gonna work on shutting that guy up like that. Damn, a sinkhole swallowed a truck driver in Japan. That's wild. Who remembers that? Man, I remember there's this fucking truck driver that was driving a Walmart truck. Fell asleep and killed mad people. Man, truck drivers, I mean, that's like driving a tank in big trucks. Alright, I didn't find none. I'm not gonna sit here and, let's see. I'll try it this way. Oh, I forgot Colorado had an underground prison. Talk about being buried underground, alive. ADX Florence. Interesting. These bastards are underground, dude. That's horrible. Imagine they probably, yo, yeah, it's secure. It says most secure prison. Of course, what are you gonna do? Dig your way out? If that, you couldn't even do that. Underground. And it's in the middle of the desert. That's wild. Alright, fuck this prison. says it's only 1.7 miles. This underground thing in Colorado. That ain't long at all. 1.7. Moffat Tunnel. Built in 1927. I've seen a lot of like architecture I've been looking at where it'd be saying some dumb shit like built in 1930 and they knocked it down in 1965 or some shit. And I'm like, this supreme ass building was built and they knocked it down in 30 years or something like that. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Alright. Got a better idea. Underground highway. Huh. The United States has many underground tunnels, including secret routes from coast to coast. The secret $4 billion tunnel under Chicago. Let's see what this guy's schmucking about.
Deep beneath Chicago, you'll find this
Chicago.
massive tunnel network that hardly anyone knew about. It's been under construction since 1975, and it runs for 175 kilometers beneath one of America's biggest cities. And when it first started construction back in the 1970s, it was designed to help the city cope with floodwater. So when it rains, floodwater comes down from the streets and is held in these tunnels in this underground system. The tunnel system was completed in 2006, and they're now working on the second phase, which is adding 3 huge reservoirs. They're going to take the capacity of the system from 9 billion litres up to 64 billion.
Alright, shut up. It's not what I wanted to hear, but New Haven, U.S. city with incredible underground tunnel systems. New Haven. That's in Connecticut. New Haven. I'm trying to think where that would be. New York. What happened to fucking New Haven? Fucking A, man. I knew it. They're liars. Oh, what's this? Why? When you click the link, what is it telling you? That you need to like have, as long as you got a phone, you don't need a mic or you could have headphones, but that don't matter. As long as you got a phone, just click the link, and then it should I don't know if you gotta have an account with Google. I don't think so. Yeah, there's gotta be these underground tunnels. I'm just pretty sure they ain't gonna show them on the internet. Because these bore machines just give it away. And these bore machines, like those worms, I know if I had a fucking bore machine, I'm digging all over the place. Seven hidden tunnels under government buildings. Now we're talking. Steam tunnels under Capitol Hill? Come on. That was boring. What's good, McCoy? See, I've already seen this map. The government, you know they have fucking underground tunnels. But I don't think, like I said, they're gonna post this shit anywhere. Which sucks because is the US full of secret? They keep asking these questions on here, but I don't care about the questions, I want answers. I don't care about LA's BS underground tunnels. Secret tunnel shuts down Washington State's highway for hours. In Seattle, interesting. On the highway, they found an underground tunnel. Let's see. God damn. These tunnels are huge. I didn't even realize they're this big. I forget. When you look at the pictures of boring machines, they don't look that big. But now they're showing pictures of them empty. I mean, these tunnels are huge. You could fit. It makes people look like microscopic ants. You can fit fucking like 60 trains in this tunnel. Boring company maps. Interesting. I wonder if I could find patents for these boring companies. Interesting. How do you spell boring machines? Bore, B-O. Probably B-O-A-R. Oh, I was wrong. It's B-O-R. I don't want the machine patent. I want the tunnel map patent. Yeah, they probably won't have it. For the fact that a lot of this shit's probably top secret. Especially the boring holes under P. Diddy's house. They have patents for this machine, but I don't care about the machine patents. I might end the stream early then. Shield type tunneling. Tunneling. Shit, these boring machines do a lot. Shit, I'll just get a bunch of dudes from Vietnam to build my tunnels. I was watching something on the war and how these Vietnamese had underground tunnels that went for miles. And the Americans, they were fucking the Americans up who entered that tunnel. Americans tried everything. Bombs, dogs, nothing worked. They were ready for it all. Automated excavation machine. This sucks. They don't have no maps. Let me take patent out. Let's see if they'll just show me maps. They show some. New map shows tunnel boring. Let's see what this is. An X. Under the Thames River. What's up, Belly Ray? Yeah, I don't think that trucker would make shit up, man. I'm gonna find this fucking underground highway. That goes from coast to coast. I guarantee you there is one. Interesting. They always talk about this tunnel in London. Napoleon's army invaded England through an underground tunnel. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And I invaded Washington, D.C. by riding a chipmunk. The hell is this? Damn, these people were building tunnels in the 1850s. In underground tunnels, and these ain't no little tunnels either. And I sure as fuck don't believe they were doing it by hand. Only technology. Oh shit. They had it on like, I'll have to save this picture. They had it on like trains, like a train track. I think that's how they do it now, if I'm not mistaken. Wow. This is the machine. The air boring machine of Colonies Beaumont. I gotta show this. It's a fucking one. It looks like a lawnmower blade. Not like the boring machines they got today, but this shit looks like a lawnmower blade on a big motor. Anyway. Shit. Once I hit 1K, I'm gonna be happy, Valerie. That has been my goal for a while. Anything past that, I'll still be happy, but I know for a fact my channel won't grow because of the stuff I talk about. Even though Trump gave us our freedom of speech back, allegedly, right? Like it ever went anywhere. But we'll see. I forgot when I started my channel. I think like 2017? I don't remember. It's been a long time. How's everything out in damn, I always forget what state you're in, Billy, right? I think it's in Oregon, right? I always confuse it with Washington State. It's in Oregon. What's up, Tommy? That you're always handing out that chicken, man. Every time I watch your videos, I'd be like, damn, I want some of that chicken. When you were explaining to, I think it was the cop or something, how you do your chicken. He was like, you do all that, but he wasn't understanding the concept of why. To give it the flavor and stuff, how you do it. Wow. Huh. April 22nd, 2022. Portland, yeah. I knew it was Portland. I mean, Oregon. I always still confuse it with Washington State because they're right there. Shit. There's a lot of people that say they're for the community, but Belly Ray is for his community. If you watch his channel, man, he's always out in his community. And Oregon has it bad. Homelessness is probably that bad here too in Connecticut. Honey smoked brown sugar chicken. Damn, that sounds good. Honey smoked brown sugar. I never thought to put honey on chicken. I seen a video, as a matter of fact, with honey on chicken. This lady bought the, people talk about this honey they use for sex and shit. And the lady bought that honey and put it on the chicken for some guy or something. That's wild, man. That guy's in it. That'd be crazy. Someone does that to someone for a joke. It would be nice if the people would figure out this programming. I mean, time and time again, there's just so much. Like when that shit happened in 2020, I don't even know if we could talk about it. Like I said, Trump allegedly signed that, which he shouldn't have had to sign that for us to be able to freely talk. But the 2020 event, I thought people would open their eyes from that. And it took people to do what they did. it sucks people had to get sick for some people to figure it out. And even these fires, we constantly show mad evidence that it ain't no damn forest fire, but the normies, they'll get it, hopefully soon. I always tell people, the people you watch on TV that say China, they always got us looking outside the country for the enemies. Enemies right in people's face. Telling you. The enemy is telling you the enemy's outside the country. People be looking, where? Where? Yeah, I gotta find these tunnels. I'm gonna start looking on Google Maps. I gotta find that video. I'm gonna start looking near that Colorado military base. What's up, Faceplant? I'm pretty sure they ain't gonna put that underground highway on no map. Man, them boy machines will cut through frozen soil like nothing. That's interesting, Billy Ray. Because I was watching some video and this lady wasn't from the US. Oh, no. She was looking outside. She was watching news stations outside the US to figure out what's going on in the US because they don't trust the United States stations. And then I seen the video about BBC. No, get that out of your mind, not that BBC, but the news station, British Broadcasting. And the guy, I think it was that old wrestler, brought up a point that I never heard this before. But he said BBC was broadcasting the September event, and Building 7 didn't even fall yet, but they were, telling Britain that the building fell, and it didn't. And the British broadcaster got all mad and shit and tried to talk about the credibility of BBC and why would they lie. All these news stations are fucking crooked, man. But that's wild that they're burning money. That means probably I don't know, something. I don't think China had it, in my opinion, had anything like, because they kept blaming China and China and China, and I was thinking, when a news station blames somebody, I'd be like, man, I start to look at them. But that's a good thing to watch news stations from other countries. I never thought to do that. Because the government's always blaming China, and that makes me wonder, how deep are they working with China? See, I think the U.S. is getting the shit from China, and using it because they've tried so many times. Even in San Francisco, I read they were using fog one time to. There's so many events. Like, why would you try to get people sick unless you got a sinister agenda behind it? It's more than them making money off of it. Like, I know that's part of the reason, a small part. But people were saying, well, let me change the topic about the LA fires. They were burning evidence. What evidence are you gonna burn that you need an inferno? Like, if it's underground tunnels, what the hell is that inferno gonna do? But cover up the top part, the engine. Like, it'll probably reveal it even more if that. So I don't think it was to burn evidence. Some people say it was God, Jesus coming back. Ah. The U.S. government are the biggest terrorists in the fucking world. Ain't no Trump gonna save us. No Jesus. We gotta save ourselves. Now we're gonna get 4 years of Trump's promises if they don't annihilate them. Which could be in the bag. One of their tricks. All these people are fucking crooked. It's gonna snow. Damn, my fucking phone is dying. I think Trump's doing all these things because that's going to be their next goal is to fake take them out. That's why they did what they did already with those so-called hits on them, so they could take them out and then continue what they've been doing because that's been their plan. No president is going to come into play if it don't benefit these people. They won't even, if you're not on their team, you wouldn't even get close to getting voted in. You wouldn't even have a chance to run. And it just sucks that people don't realize I was reading a survey, how true it is. I kind of believe it because it said 80% of Americans are looking to better the country, but feel as though there's nothing we can do. Man, I think that's bullshit. There's plenty we can do. First, we got to come together, which seems to be the hardest because how many times I've had open panels and, conversation is the biggest, because in America there's so many divisional labels. Like I tell people, man, the government don't care if you're Christian, Catholic, Muslim, Buddhist. They don't care if you're so-called black, white, orange, green. They don't care if you're young, old. None of these labels matter that we argue about. They're doing poisoning us the same, conquering people the same in the mind. None of these labels matter for their agenda. I wonder if the fires are still burning in LA. I haven't really been looking into that. I got this picture of the war. They got the underground tunnel, and these people are fighting from balloons. That's funny. Hot air balloons. Trump, 45th president. 4 plus 5 is 9. And the 47th. Oh shit. I've heard people say that, what's that actor? Jim Carrey played Biden. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. I think he's a good enough actor to play that role. I feel like shit, man. I hope I'm not getting no flu. I don't. It's a crazy thing, man. When I say I never get sick, I never get sick. No, I haven't got colds in years. Now all of a sudden, my body feels like it's been hit by a train. I remember feeling like this when I got the flu, like 30 years ago. Who's gonna watch the superb owl? I never thought to break down the word Super Bowl and it says superb owl. I'm not gonna watch that shit. I watched the scores the next day, but man, I haven't watched a full game of anything in about 9-10 years. I just like watching the yeah, they've been attacking the skies around here a lot. And it's cloudy today. And we're supposed to get snow. But they've been applying that shit heavily yesterday. And I wouldn't doubt that it's in the snow. Because when I did snow removal, I told the story when I ate snow. And it was one of those. I forgot how much snow we got that year. I was doing snow removal. Not even an hour it took. I ate some snow off the lady's yard. It wasn't near the street or no sidewalk. Because I didn't want no salt that they put down from the trucks. It was in her yard, and I ate it, and I got severely ill, man. My head was pounding, and I was throwing up. I probably had metal poisoning. I'll never forget that shit, man. I'll never eat snow again. But I see people eating snow in the videos now. I'd be like, oh man, they're crazy. Especially, I watch videos of people with microscopes. A lot of people are getting microscopes. It's very smart to look. I would be looking in the food. People are looking in the rainwater and in the snow, and they're finding things that are moving in the snow that shouldn't be there. One guy put the snow under a microscope, and it looked like fish scales. It was purplish. That was mind-blowing. He tried to hit the link, Craig. It didn't work. I bought this soda from the store the other day. It's called Poppy. 5 grams of sugar? No wonder it tastes like shit. It's time to love soda again, it says. And it's called Poppy. It's distributed by Poppy in Austin, Texas. So I was like, huh. It's called Cherry Lemon Limeade. Oh, no wonder it tastes like shit. It's limeade. What? Infused with apple cider vinegar. And it says prebiotica for your gut. But it's terrible stuff. I wouldn't drink it again if you paid me. Non-GMO project. At least there's no dyes in here. When you start looking at products, I couldn't believe how much stuff has these dyes in them, like yellow this and red that. Y'all know what I mean. It's in everything, man. It's everywhere. What's good? Come on, Bo. I'm gonna do an experiment. I gotta figure out when this full moon's gonna hit again. Cause I gotta get we got Kamambo is in Africa, right? I got Dean, that's in New Zealand. Who else do I want to get? I'm in Connecticut. Maybe get somebody from Europe. We got Canada. Damn, I need somebody from like South America. Somebody from Asia would be nice. To all go outside at the same time. Hopefully it'll be a clear day for everyone. So we could look at this fucking moon. The only reason I say the moon, because the moon is visible day and night. Because me and Dean, who lives in New Zealand, have done it with the sun. But I'm just trying to prove a point that a summer timetable. What's today? The 2nd of February. Crescent moon. People have done this project, but I want to do it myself. Just to put the globe to bed, man. But yet, people still have excuses. I'm not a flat earther. I don't label myself that, but I damn sure know we're not on a globe. Like, even I tell people the sun comes over the horizon. If the sun was 95 times the size of Earth, it wouldn't even be possible to do that. Because I don't care how far away you are. Like, when I watch the sun come up on a clear day, I'd be like, no, my point. The reason why my point is because they show on the globe, New Zealand and Australia, they're down under, right? Even though, well, Australia and New Zealand are pretty far from each other. Not that far, but close enough. If I could get someone from Australia, it'd be even better. But the point is, on the ball, they show Australia at the bottom of the ball. And if I'm in Connecticut, which would be at the top of the ball, on the whole other side, which is perfect, if I'm looking at the moon from Connecticut, there's no way in hell people in Australia on the back end of the ball could see the moon also. That was my point. It'll destroy the ball in 2.5 seconds. Everything's perspective. The sun does do an 8. It's called an analemma. see if I can find this stuff here. Like, I don't debate, you know. What the fuck? Why isn't my phone charging? Sorry ass fucking charger. I gotta go to my laptop. I mean, laptop. Let's see. Do. The Down Under. I'm from the Down Over. The horizon. No matter how high you're rising, it's horizontal. Oh, I don't know. People should watch Divergent. Divergent. Showing some good videos. This guy, he's with I think the Russian military, but I think he lives in South America. What lands is that? I just realized. What the fuck is that? Oh. No. What I like about this map is Africa is just where it should be. I think the entire Africa should be that way, right on the equator, because there is no fucking snow in Africa. If South Africa got a fucking desert in it, there's something wrong with the globular model. I had a phone call. Elvis? fucking going through my cards. And I got a fucking Kevin Garnett rookie. Not that anyone gives a fuck. Those rookie card I found, it's funny. Phil Jackson. I think that's funny. Because he's a fucking coach. Alright. Alright, cool. It's my live stream ends because my phone died. I gotta run to the store. So let's hope, which is only around the corner, let's hope this 8% stays. Hopefully it'll get me to the store and back in about 5 minutes. It might not. Let's see. If it dies, I don't know if the live stream will stay on because there's nobody up here. So, ooh, it's snowing out. Wake these niggas up. What up, Naga? Oh my God, Chuck said nigga. Call the fire department. Wow, look at his Amazon truck. It's a funny looking truck. They probably got this in Europe. Shit. That's what I'm saying, Kamambo. That in South Africa, there's desert. And according to the map, there shouldn't be no desert. As soon as I'm walking, I got a ride. My friend scooped me up. Got me to the stove even quicker. Hold on. It's an open panel for anyone that wants to come up. Just give me, well, I'm about to get in the car, everyone, so I need 2 minutes. Not even 1 minute.
I came on the beat.
H-O-T-C, hold the rudder chakras, hold the rudder chakras. H-O-T.
Peace, infinite waters, diving deep. Can I get a hello there?
What's up, Kamambo? Huh?
Hey, what good? Can you hear me?
What? No copper, yeah. All right. Hey, my friend said they're about to do away with pennies. Uh-oh.
With what? Yo, the phone is not loud enough, I don't think. But I'm tired as a mother. The moon's is like setting soon. Or maybe it's set already. But I don't think it must be still up there next to some big bright thing that looks like a satellite. But I'm not looking right now. I saw it like I went out. I saw her.
Phone died. Almost.
And I'm not far from the Tropic of Capricorn. Actually, it's like 100 miles from here. Less than 100 miles, maybe.
Hear you.
Yo, that's low.
Oh, because I got my headphones. Fucking retarded, man.
So did you hear everything I said?
Alright, that's good. My phone was dying.
I've got my charger here, but I might go in. I might go in. Depends if there's noise or. My mom's listening to the radio.
You're about to do away with pennies in the U.S. They already did away with pennies in Europe, I think, because he was showing me a penny. And the penny said
like 1
cent.
1 cent. My father used to have some pennies, but from a long time ago. He went to America in '68, so he had some. They were like copper dimes, maybe.
Not no more. They're not copper.
2 cents.
Well, they're copper, but not like it used to be in the '60s. Me and my friend were just talking about that. The penny said Euro, España on it, but then it said Euro, so I'm confused. I'm like, well, which one is it?
Oh, but we got rid of our pennies a long time ago, you know. But you can still see them around. Like, I don't know. I've got some. I should think I've got some. But they were like very light, like they were aluminum or something. But
come on, Puma. Cat is fucked up. Relax.
Yo, I'm not going to be able to talk if I go inside, you know.
What part of Africa are you in? Northern or southern?
Yeah, I was saying I'm near the Tropic of Capricorn, so I'm in the tropics.
Oh,
like
that's the western part, right?
The Tropic of Capricorn is like 23 degrees south of the equator, 23 and a half. So I'm below 23 and a half, or above if you wanna flip the script. But then right in the middle, I would say, yeah, right in the center. If you look at our airline routes, it's like it's coming from the center, but we don't have a lot of flights coming out of here, international flights. You have to connect with South Africa, I think, or Lusaka.
All right. Yeah, just over.
Hey, some guy came down here riding a go-kart from all the way from Egypt. Went to South Africa, went to Cape Town probably. Then he came back up. I don't know where he is now. I used to see him on YouTube. But that guy is crazy, you know.
Huh.
He was like going through the it's just that there's a road, but he was practically going through the forest, you know. Anything could happen to him. but yeah, I guess it's just that he's white, you know. Like a
Tropic of
lion won't
Cap
eat a white man.
in Africa. Africa's. I want to go to the part of Africa where, Botswana.
Yeah, I wanna start calling it Ethiopia. Ethiopia. The whole land is Ethiopia. So I'm in South Ethiopia.
They got a part of Africa where in the trees they got bridges. I seen this on a thing about 10 years ago, and it's real
No,
high.
we don't have big trees here. But yeah, there's a bridge. It's not in the trees. It's like over the river. Our trees are. I don't think our trees are that big. Except in the north, it's like a deciduous forest or something. There's a river there that's always water. One of the only rivers that's always got water. Cause hey, this place is a desert for real. But it's been raining.
Fucking cat drives me nuts. Come on, trying to do facts.
Yeah, Cancer is.
It's called
Cancer is in the
Kakum National Park.
What national park?
Kakum National. Kakum, Kakum.
Kakun. No, I don't know that.
Hold on. I'll put it on. I'll put it on the screen.
All right. But there's a Central Kalahari. I can't even see you, Charles. It's like on the phone, and I don't have my specs. But no, that's not Botswana. That must be like Malawi or Uganda or something. Like I don't know, Mozambique.
Ghana.
Is it Ghana?
It says it's in Ghana. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where that's like near the equator. Yo, those people got a lot of trees, you know.
Yeah, these trees are huge.
It's like a real rainforest.
Yeah, I've always wanted to go here.
But it's not.
Let me see.
Yeah, I also I don't really I think I like more like Mali. I like the desert, you know, like Mali and Ethiopia. Yeah, maybe Ghana, but I don't know the jungle. Yeah, I'd like to go there, but not so badly.
Like people think Africa is just Hold on. People think Africa is just tribes and that's it. And I'm like like people think of Africa as just like tribes and mines for gold and all this stuff. But there is a lot of tribes. Like they showed a video of this tribe in Africa that lived deep in the jungle. They never had soda before. And I'm like, oh man, they're giving them soda. No. It was the Sprite at that. And I'm like, oh man, they're giving them poison.
I don't know of any Africans who haven't seen like the Western world, but like my mom went to Kenya in like in the 90s, early 90s, When she came back, she had photographs. They look like postcards, man. Cause she was
Yeah.
like in the cap in Ubi, but there were people there like selling traditional crafts, and they were wearing the traditional attire. So I was just like wondering, do those people like live the lifestyle, or are they just dressed up, you know?
Huh.
Because even in Namibia, there are people there are people who still dress the old way, live in the old villages, you know, like they're not mixed with other people. And even there, I like my sister went there for school, and I asked her if those people are doing that for the tourists, or if they really like that, you know. And she said they really like that. So
What do
yeah,
they think
even
about
even
them
now,
there? What do they
what do they
think
think
about
about them?
in Africa?
They're not far from everybody else, you know, because everybody speaks a native language. And like myself lately, I've been like looking at how like society has made itself into like classes, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
if I was wondering, like if I was in America, like I was I was looking at let's say I'm a black man in America looking at ghetto people, and then it's different because over here you have people who not so assimilated into the West, like, you know. So maybe those people you could say they're still like tribes, but they're not divided along tribal lines, you know. But they're still, you know, simple people, you know, still, you know, very much practice the cultural norms, you know, and speak their language, you know. But just the order of things, you know, is still Western, because people pay taxes, vote for governments, you know, stay within borders. So yeah, it's kind of like a prejudiced, a stereotype way to look at it, like tribes and minds. It's like you're going in there thinking you're more powerful or better than everyone else, but you're talking about natives of the place who, they know everything, you know. You can't come knowing more than they do.
Like I don't, I think it's fucked up how the leaders in Africa, like, because like here in America, they had this commercial, and it was, and to this day, they still have this fucking commercial where they're asking people to donate like 80 cents a day. Back then, it was like 20 cents or 10, whatever. And I'm thinking, I'm 43 now. So I remember these commercials when I was in fucking 6th grade. And they would ask for donations to help the children of Africa, right? And I seen the commercial
Mhm.
about a year ago, the same commercial, but more updated. And I'm like, you mean to tell me they've been asking for donations since 1990? I don't know. I'll say 92, probably earlier than that. And these children are still
Probably.
hungry. They're
Yeah,
fucking
you know
stealing.
these things. You know, I've realized that it's like the system, right? The system has been in place as it is for a long time, you know. Although now
Yeah.
it's getting much more drastic. It's like it's been just a simple way of drawing the money from the people and whatever, you know, whatever it is, you know. But it's just been that way for a long time, and nobody ever questioned it. And some people live off that kind of. There's probably like some dude somewhere living off that money out that box, you know what I'm saying? Out that donation box, you know. And that's just the way it is, you know what I'm saying? Or maybe it's that petty cash, you know what I'm saying? That they always got when they need to. Don't know what they might need. You know?
And all the gold too, and diamonds. Like here in America, a lot of these rappers wear all these diamonds and shit, and I can't help but to think all the people in Africa that risked their life, how many people were slaughtered for the land, all for them to make a mine for these diamonds, and people wear them. Like they don't think about, what people went through to get these diamonds, and to be the government too of Africa. Like here in America, they blame the white man and stuff, but it's the African government that does it. The governments everywhere are crooked. It don't matter if they're so-called white, black, green, orange. All the governments are crooked everywhere. They don't give a shit about people anywhere, the governments. I don't know how the governments
But
are.
Charles, don't you have mines in America? Like
Huh?
any kind of mine at
Uh,
all? Don't you have mining
not
in
diamond,
America?
not diamond mines, not in America. We have gold mines, but not diamond.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is like a mine. A mine, you should think of maybe a gold mine is still a primitive kind of mine, but like a diamond mine or it's like a modern mine. You know? It's run with machines and computers and people work there and everything. You know, so it's not like yeah, you'll still hear stories today. I used to live on a diamond mine, and I remember one time I was in a flea market, like just trying to trade there, you know. And this guy was sitting next to me. I think that the mine was on strike at the time, so this guy is sitting next to me, telling me what they do at work, you know. And I was like, he was a casual worker, you know. So he wasn't like formally
Where
employed, but the
he was
kind of
from
kind
Africa,
of
or
work.
or you were talking to someone from
Yeah,
America?
yeah, he was in Africa, but the
Okay.
kind of work he was describing that he was doing, it was something really dangerous, like something off the wall. You know what I'm saying? Like he was describing hanging from a sheer wall on a cable or something, while rocks are falling down and stuff. I mean, there are people who like if you look at the videos of like the Congo, wherever, where they mine, I don't know, coltan, or I've seen videos of coltan mining,
I seen where
but
they
from
jump in these
America.
holes of water. They be jumping in these holes of water in Africa. That basketball player for the
Hmm.
NBA is from Africa. Oh, no. I think it was a UFC fighter. Sorry. And he said his family, before he started to fight and make money, they would jump in these holes, and he was showing a video of his family type of rope around them. I don't know if they were just saying that for TV, but they were jumping in this like hole. The hole wasn't even that big. You couldn't spread your arms out, I'll tell you that. And they would jump in there to hold their breath and
Yeah,
dig out dirt and
yeah,
stuff.
it's
And I don't know
true.
how true that is. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know how many. I don't know how many mines there are. There must be like millions of mines, you know, and some are just not even operating, and some are ancient mines, and some I don't know. But where I am, like, there's just like a couple of mines, but they're highly controlled. Now they kind of mushroomed in the 2000s, but it's like it's really like a modern operation. You know what I'm saying?
Because
Like high
I just
technology.
seen a video about Africa, and it was one of the leaders in Africa. But they put this diamond on his desk. It's the world's biggest diamond they just found, or probably the biggest diamond in Africa. I'm gonna see if I can find the video for next time. And this thing was
Yeah,
huge.
that was
Diamond. You see it?
yeah, that was last year. That was last year. I think it was last year. The former president.
So,
That's the same, I think that's the same diamond I showed you on the stamp. Didn't I show you the stamp the other time?
uh-uh.
I did. I showed a stamp on
I
somebody's
remember
show.
you showing something, but I don't remember what it looked like.
Yeah, if you,
It's on
I'll bring
the
it up as well. And see if if it's the same diamond.
like how?
Because you got rough diamonds and you got polished diamonds and cut diamonds.
Yeah, this one
But
looked
I
like
don't
it
know.
was uncut. This one didn't look like it was shaped. Like it was just.
Hmm. Yeah, but things that go on behind the screen. I don't ever trust anything. They could do anything. They could show us a piece of glass and tell us it's one of the
That's
diamonds.
true. Is there any big cities in Africa with skyscrapers? Or no?
Eh, I was thinking about skyscrapers. Somebody was driving through the city today, like the capital. I wouldn't call them skyscrapers. When I was in high school, the highest building I'd been in was like 5 floors, 7 floors.
I wonder why they don't
That's
have
not a
skyscrapers.
skyscraper. I don't know about now, but I don't know how high the highest like we have a building called the I Towers. It's quite tall, but it's not. It can be 20 stories high. But yeah, maybe in Zimbabwe and South Africa. In Zimbabwe they have Bulawayo and Harare, Johannesburg. I don't know what's the highest building in Johannesburg. Then you have places like Abidjan, and I don't know, Accra. But skyscrapers, no, I don't believe there's skyscrapers. Maybe in those places I'm talking about, North Africa. But a skyscraper isn't really I don't know. I don't think it's a measure. Yeah, it is quite a. It's like Dr. King was saying, we built gargantuan bridges to span the seas. And skyscrapers to what?
Scrape the sky.
Buildings to span. But I mean, a skyscraper is just like Babylon. Like, let's build a high building. What if it falls over? You know what I'm saying?
You're right. Zimbabwe, I'm looking at 3 mines already. The Baba mine, the Baba diamond. The Baba, the Marange, and the Maroa diamond mine in Zimbabwe. Tanzania.
Mm-hmm.
Lesotho.
Tanzania. Yeah, Lesotho. That's
And
perfect.
Miba.
Swaziland.
That's in the Congo. The Democratic Republic. That's a crazy name. The Democratic Republic. Which one? Democratic Republic.
DRC. Mhm. There's 2 Congos. The other one is Congo Brazzaville. The 2 used to be Zaire. Then there's Angola. Benin, Nigeria. Togo. I don't know where Togo is.
Man. I'm looking at this picture of these diamonds that are like uncut, like raw. They're not like finished.
Mm-hmm.
Man, holy shit. some of these holes in the ground are crazy.
Yeah, you should see. You should check out Kimberley. I'm not sure if I've driven past Kimberley or I just saw some old mines and I thought it was Kimberley. But I don't like even what my hometown happened to the landscape. Like just the time I grew up there. By the time we left there, it was ugly as nothing. Like they just dumped some waste, some gravel in the middle, on the face of the town, like at the entrance there. They made a slurry dam. It's nasty. They do a lot of digging, but they should recycle that earth. I guess they do too much to keep up, because it builds up like an ant heap. I've never seen ants in America.
Ants?
Stick my yeah, like just some normal ants. Because here ants when they dig a hole, there'll be like a mound around the hole like this. That's kind of like what a mine looks like. Yeah, because they'll like an ant will go down, come out with a grain of sand, sand.
Oh, there's ants.
Yeah, there's ants everywhere. You even got a movie about ants. I want to watch that movie, but I never got a chance.
Fuck is this? Interesting. Trying to find this picture here.
You good? Oh, you did show me the game park. Maybe that's in Kenya as well. Kenya has also got like some exotic places. But you said it was Ghana.
In Zimbabwe.
I was watching some American, I'll say youth. They were looking at, I don't know if they were looking at Africa or United States. And they were just as bad at the United States of America as we are at Africa. It just shows, I don't know what it shows. Here, to me, it says that we didn't learn a lot about Africa in school, but I don't know if in America you don't learn about the other states, because people always say people don't travel. People just stay in the state. I'd like to travel, but I'm not that ambitious, but I'm getting there. Hope I'm getting there.
Well, in school, in America, the only thing they taught hold on, let me stop moving the mouse before it starts breaking me up. In school, I took in high school African American history, and all they talked about was the slaves coming from Africa, and I think that's all bullshit. Now, I'm not saying no slaves came from Africa. I'm I think people came from Africa. Now, I just can't picture, in my opinion, a boat of Europeans pulling up to the coast, getting out their boat and snatching up Africans. I just can't picture that. All that they would have got slaughtered.
Yeah, but they actually they used to get off the boat, put up a flag, set up a post office or something like that, and then they have the government, you know. So they have a station, and you know, they end up building something like a prison. You know what I'm saying? While they're dealing with the people in the interior, so they end up
Yeah, I
having
think you were telling me
end up
they used to
having
buy.
dungeons. Yeah, they used to get them all. Some of them were prisoners sent down there, you know.
That's crazy, man.
But I also think the slaves might have landed in like the West Indies before the mainland, you know. I don't know. I never quite like followed the boat all the way to the boat station, you know, to the harbor. I can't even tell what's this Boston Tea Party all about, and I've read a little bit, tiny little bit about the Protestants that came from Ireland, and they came and bought land from William Penn. And I don't know, settled in the South. I don't know. They were in the North, and they didn't participate in the war. All sorts of people
Shit.
saying they're good people, you know. So I don't know what the slavery. I still subscribe to the slave story. The Ma'afa, Great Ma'afa. Yeah,
I
because
seen a
before I
picture
never
of
used to.
I seen a picture of German countries in Africa on old maps. I don't know how true it is. And I also seen a picture of Hitler shaking hands with African people. I can't find that picture no more, but I know it's somewhere. But I don't like Hitler anyway. He's the one who got the German country infiltrated. I don't think that guy Hitler. He's not even German anyway. And he got all them German people killed, but they wanted the technology. But anyway, I was shocked when I seen this German country in Africa. I'm like, man, I never knew. I gotta find the map. I got it somewhere in one of my 16,000 pictures.
Yeah, it's German Southwest Africa. I've been there.
Ah, so it's still there?
There's still, there's still a German element there.
Huh.
I've been to the capital.
I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Like the building, you'll see some European. All right.
My bad. I had to use the bathroom. Somebody else got to be live.
Hmm.
I don't. Usually, there's a lot of people that come by, but it's all right.
Mm. It's alright. You're not doing any music today. It's kind of late over this side, but I'm not getting a chance. My bench is always full of books and papers. I can't put my keyboard down.
One day I'm gonna travel to
Organize
Africa.
myself. Yeah, a
I
lot
want to
of people travel there. Must be an enjoyable experience, you know. Like the guy I told you about, he met another guy who was riding a bike, you know, and they slept under, you know, these. It wasn't a cell phone tower. It was maybe you can call it a cell phone tower. Yeah, they slept under one of those. Like it was between towns. Man just riding a bike on the highway, you know, driving to Arizona or something, riding to Arizona or something.
Yeah, Africa
But
seems
America
like
got
a
some.
country. It seems like it's beautiful over there. The country in Africa.
Yeah, but America is beautiful as well. You know, I was looking at some videos the beginning of this year. I don't know if you know the people who did the Minds of Men. You know that
Yeah.
movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, that people who did that movie, they made a video like look at
It's
America and
beautiful
the
here.
way because we want. Yeah, it's beautiful, but
But the
and there's a lot of
government that fucked it up,
there's a lot of
you know?
but there seems to be a lot of like terrain where there's nobody, you know. And how you know the sea goes into into the land, you know. I saw this picture of a harbor, a port in I don't know if it's Toronto or the one that goes deep into the land. You know? I never
Mariana
noticed it
Trench?
before. You know?
Is it the you talking about the ocean? A trench?
It seems like the ocean. Yeah, I don't know if it's man-made or if it like curves into it must be in Canada or yeah or Alaska or somewhere. Not Alaska, Canada.
The U.S. is
Because
beautiful. So
you
is
know
Canada. It's the governments, man. The government ruins everything. They fucked this country up. Poisoned all the water.
Oh, but kill the buffaloes.
Yup. Yup. They ruined everything, man.
But
They poisoned our fruit and
even here,
vegetables.
I think we must have lost a lot of wildlife around here as well, you know? Because I've seen pictures. I've seen one picture of this trap they used to make to trap the animals, you know? And they just dig a big hole, you know? Big hole, big pit. Then they cover it. So the animals would just come there and maybe come in to drink or something. They just fall down the thing, you know? I don't know. Maybe that's how they started sailing their ships and everything.
In Africa too, they let foreigners come and hunt. I've seen Trump.
Yeah, they allowed
hunt over there. Killed tigers, lions, and show pictures. That's fucked up.
You seen Trump? I've heard of one of the presidents back in the day. Like I don't know if it was I don't know his name. I would be lying.
They should hunt
Maybe
his ass.
Johnson. Yeah, I came down here.
They should hunt
in the
hunt the president. Be like, yeah, man, go out there and hunt. Leave them.
But everyone, even local people can get hunting licenses. It's just that the bigger animals are more expensive, you know. So only maybe foreign can get them.
I wonder how like I mean, Africa probably was full of animals, and then because of the hunting, not just locals, but mostly like foreigners hunting, really fucked
That's
up
true.
the population.
Also now you got borders and fences and also all kind of things, you know. Even the management of the wildlife. From my perspective, when I was younger, I kind of had a problem with it, that it was like foreigners who were like managing the wildlife, but maybe they're good at it, you know. But I don't know. But you know, they will have like the wealthy ones. They will have like game farms and big farms, you know, that have wild animals on them, you know. Some even in this country, they were starting ostrich farming, you know. One of the second president used to talk about, used to promote ostrich farming, and they started selling ostrich meat in the hotels.
Yeah.
Before, they never used to have.
Ostrich.
And now you can get game meat in the supermarket. Imagine buying like reindeer meat. Can you buy reindeer meat?
Ostriches are no joke, man. They'll fuck someone up. An ostrich. They might not have no arms or nothing, but their legs and their beak.
You should see them when they have young, you know.
Oh yeah, that's right. People like the egg too. I forgot about that. Ostrich eggs.
People steal the eggs. Bushmen used to steal the egg. Imagine if you eat an egg that big.
Got to be a big omelet.
Yep. They still have emu. Oh, they did. But we also got a flamingo.
I got heartburn like a motherfucker. What time is it? I'm gonna jump off in 15 minutes.
I also wanna go inside.
What time is it over there? It's got to be at least Monday already, right? Monday night, or yeah. No, it's got to be Monday.
It's Sunday night.
Sunday night. Because I know when Dean.
It's like 10. Somebody should jump on the stream. The living daylights. That looks like that place I used to see on Lethal Weapon, where they had these like machines digging. I don't know, digging for oil. But that's like just one of them. I mean, on your picture. The wastelands. Charles, do you have a topic today? Or it's just open? Can't see the YouTube.
Damn, while talking, I'm muted. Pretty much any topic.
Do you ever buy a newspaper?
Wow. Man, I haven't bought a newspaper in years.
I got a free newspaper here.
Daily News.
Government print.
That's from the
Oh,
US?
you can see. No, it's from here.
In English?
It's the government. Yeah. The part of it is in Setswana. I don't know which part. The middle. But it's English, yeah. We also got a Guardian. Duke song. But some papers come and go, you know, like the smaller ones. There used to be a news link. They have these what they call tabloid newspapers, and so this paper I'm showing you is probably I probably shouldn't be showing you. I should be showing you a big one. Sunday paper.
Man, I can't remember the last time I read a paper. I mean, they have them. I still see them delivering newspapers. It's been a long time.
I like having. I wish I could sell newspapers. Have a newspaper route.
Man,
paper ball.
A lot of people had paper routes when I was younger, but technology ruined that.
Oh yeah.
I used to read my newspaper every morning before work, and even when I was younger, my grandfather used to get like 3 newspapers: the Herald, it was called the Herald, the Hartford Courant, New York Post from New York. My grandpa would have all 3 newspapers every morning.
See. Every morning.
Damn, it's 3:20 already? What the fuck? Where did time go?
Have you read Propaganda? Maybe that's it. You should read it sometime. I don't know if it's there on the YouTube. Cause I heard you read what was that book? Silent Wars. I heard the first chapter.
Oh, Quiet Weapons for
Time.
Wars.
Yeah. I heard the first chapter like twice, but not so good, you know. And I was writing as well, so I sometimes see the text, but I haven't read it myself. But I've got a electronics book, so it's interesting. Then there's another book that I thought someone else was also reading. It was a spiritual book. Have you ever read anything called Initiates? Maybe Initiates of the Flame?
Oh yeah, by Manly P. Hall.
What was it called?
That's by Manly P. Hall. That's the author.
What's the book called?
Initiates of the Flame.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know a group that was doing that book around the same time you were reading it as well, but I didn't catch up with any of you. Yeah.
Let me see.
But I got the first
think-
chapter from the other group.
Let me see.
I don't know if they're still on it because it was like, I don't know, three chapters or something.
Let's see. I got so many books.
And I actually they weren't reading Manly Pure. They were reading a different author, but the name was similar. But those things, you know, I once had some friends. Like we went to the south of the country, and had some friends. They were a little bit younger than me, maybe a few years, and they were still in university. So they were doing this meditation or yoga with a guru, you know. And when I met that guy, he just looked at my face and he said I was very blessed, you know. But I never done yoga before or anything like that. You know? But I do know that, like, the veins on my forehead are always, they pop up sometimes. You know? I was just wondering about this Kundalini, you know, because it seems like there are people out there who debunk it. You know? And when I think about it, like, how can I be alive if some of my chakras aren't working? You know? If my heart chakra isn't working, if my throat or my third eye is closed. Okay, they say your third eye gets calcified. That's a truth. But I'm just saying, you know, what it takes to get it open. Whether it's as 1, 2, 3 as the books say, you know. Or whether
What's up, Dean?
it's a load of bull.
Dean's in the house.
Oh yeah, that's good. He's in the chat.
I'm trying to drop the link. What's up, no? Or not, no? Yeah, we got Hurricane JW's live and Truth Zone's live too.
This is a recording. You know what's the front page news? Propaganda news media.
Dean says that is a trip, Kamambo, because it's like a gossip of sorts. Well, he's coming up.
It's like a gossip.
Hey, Chuck.
What's up, Dean?
Hey, Kamambo.
Hey, big man.
Is that your name, Kamambo?
That's my city.
Okay, bro.
It's a place.
I say Kamambo because it's easier to pronounce.
Yeah,
I
me
can't
too.
pronounce stuff. I think I can't pronounce that right, so I just call him Kamambo.
Me too. That's the
You know, it's
disrespect
amazing.
the name.
you were
I find it
speaking.
amazing how.
I'll tell you what. Don't worry about it. I'll tell you what. You're a good brother anyway. But I wanted to go a little bit further than what you said on the chakras and how they tell you, well, your chakra's not open and it's closed and stuff. And I kind of beg to differ with that kind of talk as well, because I kind of feel like a lot of what we're told and what's talked to about, like our pineal being calcified and our chakras not being open, all these things. I mean, the greatest trick this place has is divide and conquer. And while they've got confusion in your mind, you don't know what's going on. You've got a little bit of fear coming in. That's where they want you, right? This is most of us are still coming out of I call it a big deep sleep, where we don't even know what kind of tricks they used to put people into a deep sleep, and there are so many tricks that they've used. So somebody could say, "Oh, hey, look, mate, your chakras aren't open, bro. You're not balanced." And straight away, you are one of those, and he is one of them, right? And it's an us and them game,
Yep. That's what a lot of things are, Dean. You're right. There's a lot of us and them. Division tactic.
Exactly.
You're right. They always be like, "You're wrong and I'm right."
Yeah, and people tell, "Oh no, bro, your chakra's not open," and you're, "Oh, okay." Okay, well, so one is not open, and all the rest are, or what? You tell me.
You tell them, my chakras might not be open, but your asshole is, and a lot of bullshit's coming out. No.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we really got to discern for ourselves, really, what we want to believe and what we want to take in. Yeah. And gossip is one of the biggest damn things in this world. And people think they're not being a gossip. They're not that type of person. But if that's saying, "Oh, mine's are open and yours are not," that's a fucking gossip mongering shit as far as I'm concerned. Right? Caught up in bullshit. People want to be better than somebody else. They're always wanting to be better. But we could all want to be better, but we don't have to be better than somebody else. We can just be better than what we were yesterday, right?
Yeah. I think everyone is just as good as everyone else. And maybe some people are better than others in some things. It's just we all have something we're really good at. And but yeah, as far as that, like the far left and the far right and all these division tactics and the the black and white thing, or like I always say, man, the government don't care about your religion, your race, how much money you got. None of that matters when they're poisoning the water, food, and air and all that good stuff. But
Of course, because they've got you in the end anyway. Doesn't matter what you think. They've got you in the end, right?
yeah, Kamambo is in
But Kamambo,
not too far from you.
Kamambo's in Africa, even Kamambo.
Yeah, that's who he is. I think that's
Sorry,
awesome, man.
what did you say?
First person. Oh, you're borging out a little bit. I'll fix it.
Oh, sorry.
I'll fix it. I know what it is.
Of near Francistown.
Francistown. Okay, I'll go and look that
up.
Remember, Dean? I used to say, man, I got to get someone from Africa. Remember? And now finally, somebody. Kamambo was sent from the gods. I used to always say, man, or the higher god, shall I say? We're all God, but.
Well, I've been listening. Probably about that. I listened twice now to Chief Ironbush on London's live the other day.
Yeah,
I went to sleep last night watching it again, and I forgot to turn my phone off. But the thing is, I think one of those great sayings that even if it was John Lennon out of the Beatles, he did say, "Be here now." And if we look at how we look at time, how we look at yesterday and tomorrow, and now, everything is just a whole bunch of nows that have been and gone, right? And we haven't had the now that's the one coming yet, so we shouldn't even be worried about that one. But everything is now, and yes, to the present, exactly, Chuck. And once the now's gone, it's then becomes the past. But I mean, it's no crime. What if you haven't done it now? There's no point in bloody worrying about it or talking about it or crying about it, because now's gone, and the only now is now, right? That now's gone. This one's here.
I used to be, well, not used to. Sometimes I still. I was a big dweller of the past, and I
think we all are.
Had to let a lot of things go.
I think that's what a lot of us do. Yeah.
I think we're trying to resolve the past, like all the things you were ignorant about.
Yeah.
Like there was a big news story in the 90s that you wonder what really happened,
Like, think about school. They got a class called His Story, right? Or History, right?
Yes.
To reflect on the past. But they don't have a class for the future. Like, we're going to help you understand law, or we're going to help you learn how to budget your money and open businesses up. They don't teach none of that shit. They got people stuck in the past instead of us making the future better. They don't have a class called Future. It's always they want us to stay in the past. And all I've learned in these history classes is about war and just negative shit, right? War
and all the stuff that happened before. Nothing about what you could do to make the future different, right?
They want us stuck in the past, and this one's fighting this one, and I don't think war has always been. I think war was designed for many reasons. I don't think we've always been at war.
I don't think so either, Chuck. Yeah.
As long as there's war, the rich are always going to benefit from it. The poor never benefit from war or death. While the rich make money off of it and steal land off of it, you know, I always wonder, Dean, like, when are people going to wake up and stop joining the military? I think that's why they want to hurry up and get the technology weapons out. So then they really don't need many soldiers to fight these wars. They'll have all this technology to run it.
Well, you know, most of us now are not blind to war, and so, you know, we haven't got a whole bunch of children waiting out there all blind.
Right.
And I mean, the resources it takes to train up those people compared to making a program to run a bloody robot.
Right.
It's, you know, the time consuming, the cost, everything is against training humans compared to programming robots, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think that's one of the reasons why they're like, I think that's what's happening. Like, when I found out in the US that they were letting a lot of these people they were letting in the country, a lot of them were being offered to join the military. And the reason why is because not many Americans are joining the fucking military anymore. Nobody wants to fight the people are figuring out they're not fighting for the country. You're fighting for the politicians. Nobody wants to fight that shit no more. People want peace. People are tired of this fucking war and killing each other, all for the politicians to benefit. And then when you come home, you're like a used tampon. You know, they just throw you in a dumpster. They don't
Exactly.
you know, these soldiers lost limbs and shit for the so-called country, and they get treated like they're nothing. They're replaceable.
Yeah, I moved outside. I had a lovely shower this morning. Hi. We've got a few chickens. We've got a few problems with them too. The mothers aren't doing too well. And I think because of their age, the membrane that in the around the yolk sac, when the chicken breaks through it, it's so tough that they can't get out, and it dries up and catches and keeps them locked in the egg. Well, that's the problem we're having with
You know what I see? Dean, since you're talking about eggs, I seen a video of fucking. Ow! God damn it! I seen a video of I touched the hot stove. No, I touched the heater. This thing's hot as shit. A video of ducks, baby birds out of the egg, like a delicacy.
Yeah.
The little fuckers are about to be born, and they somehow killed the egg to eat it. Little baby fucker. It's messed up.
Yeah, it's pretty it's pretty messed up. I mean, the thing is, if you starve a nation hard enough, like the Chinese did to me, I think you'll force them to eat anything, bro. I think that's the what really happens. Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's just wild to me that. Oops, it's supposed to say "What's up, Dom," but it says something else. It says "What up?"
But I was very intrigued with the subject on deep space, right? And the subject of deep space, deep water, deep space.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's
One and the same.
they're one and the same, aren't they? Yeah.
Hey, come on, Bo. Dom has a question.
What's Dom's question?
I'm all right, Dom. He said, Kamambo, is there an Egyptian word that means to be at peace or to be satisfied? It can also refer to an offering made to a deity or a deceased person. I think he stepped away for a second. He'll be
Hey,
back.
Dom.
We're supposed to get snow. So
We've got a bit of sun, thank goodness.
I hear birds. I feel sick. Ever since this morning, I woke up, my body hurts. My fucking head hurts. Well, my headache's going away, but I feel nauseous in my body. Like I got the flu. And I haven't gotten sick in years.
Oh, shit. No, that's no good, bro. Have you got any vitamin C?
No, but I have some ginger
Do
lemon tea. I'm about to drink it.
Do you have any potatoes?
Yeah.
When you cook your potatoes, don't peel them. Leave the skins on. There's as much vitamin C in a potato, if not more, than there is in an orange. There's also magnesium.
I seen the video. I seen the video, Dean, where they were making fun of people for peeling the potatoes and throwing the skins out. And they're like, there's more nutrients in the skins and vitamins and minerals that the body needs than in the stupid center of the potato.
Yeah.
It's true.
It is true.
Now, when I learned that a few years ago, I stopped eating my potatoes. I started to eat them as is. Not raw, but I stopped peeling them. I would eat them, you know.
Bloody oath, mix them all up, man, and eat them with the rest of it. But yeah, that and have you got any honey?
No, that I got to pick some up.
Get some honey and have a if you can, buy a couple of lemons, and have a just a raw honey and lemon drink. That's
well, I have this lemon ginger tea.
I wish I could bloody
all right.
I wish I could send you some honey, but we've got a long time in getting there.
They got this honey farm in Berlin, Connecticut, and I learned about it 2 summers ago, and I have yet to go there. But the guy makes fresh honey, no GMO, none of that stuff.
Oh, how brilliant! How brilliant! I went and picked up a 2.5 kgs the other Friday, and it's bush honey. Oh, it's so delicious.
Andy puts a piece of the what do you call that? The honeycomb part. He puts a piece of that in every jar.
Yeah, right.
$20 for a jar. I'm picking some up this go around this year. I'm picking some up.
Oh, good on you, bro. Do that. Yeah.
I've been feeling sick all day, like the verge of throwing up, man. It's crazy.
Man,
Trying not
shit.
to right now, like my stomach. I'm too scared to eat. What's up,
Well,
Dom? How's
boiling
everything?
water. Boil your water and have a glass of boiled water.
Yeah, they say hot water is good to clean out your body.
Yeah, you know, the
So,
old
I always forget his name. No. Anyway, the realist McCoy even said drinking cold stuff creates more mucus. You should drink warm or heated water or anything because. And then I learned it also cleans your intestines out. That's why in the morning when you drink hot coffee, it makes you poop.
yeah, well, usually
What's
for
up,
me,
Dom?
it's anyway, yeah. What's up, Dom?
I think you walked away for a minute.
No, I'm here. Hey, Charles. Hey, Dean.
How's it going?
Myself, pretty good, Dean. I hope it's going well with you, my friend.
Oh, I'm well. I'm well. Thank you very much. Things are, you know, the sun's come out at last, and things are starting to grow again. Already garden. I've been waiting for the garden to grow, so it's finally happening.
I came just in time. I saw the tampon in the sky, so I saw the bat mark up in the sky. So I thought Charles is live. I hope the conversation's been going well. So I just caught up till that point. So. Gotta ask you, Charles, because I know you like to follow it too. What do you think of the basketball trade? I'm assuming you probably don't follow sports as much. So
Basketball trade. I don't know what to say about the basketball trade. I don't really follow basketball.
that's what I kind of assume. I know if I was going to ask about plants and all that, I could just keep quiet and just hear you share because I know you know quite a bit about that. So. Which is good, great information. I get to hear an earful when I hear my wife talking about it. So.
For sure. Yeah.
Or grazing of animals. That's always a great topic to learn about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, with grazing, I mean, you're really looking at your plant fiber and how much goodness is actually in the grass. I mean, a lot of farmers these days, they put artificial, you know, like superphosphates into the ground. I feel that's really against the ground rather than with the ground because it kind of it leaves salts in the ground, and eventually the ground gets too overloaded with salts, and it's basically you just putting the salts on. The grass is taking out the quick fix. It grows, but it's not really nourishing, I don't think.
So are they doing that for convenience or cost wise?
Cost and convenience, of course. I mean, the biggest thing today is you can't. We don't have enough humus in our soil, and our soils are being depleted of humus because we keep growing plants in the ground, but we're not putting that humus back in, and so the ground becomes flat and devoid of oxygen and breaking down growth, you know, material, plant matter and stuff. It's devoid of that because the plant matter has been taken away by the animals eating it, you know. So
is that mostly commercial? Is that a lot of commercial farming that's doing that, and are they required to do that kind of stuff?
Well, the thing is, I think, Dom, it's not a case of requirement anymore. It's a case of productivity, and they need that productivity. So they're not really worried about what is happening to the ground. They're just wanting the productivity, you know?
I guess where I was leaning towards on that, even though that resonates, where if a farmer is commercial and they're being told how much products they have to deliver and we want it at this level, so eventually they're going to cater to whatever these industries they're selling to, and if they say you're okay to have it at this level, and so they're not, even though they might actually understand, but we're contaminating the soil, or at least not making it nutrients.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's it. Basically, it's just productivity, and even the farmer hasn't got much choice in that these days because he needs the bucks, and you know, cost of farming these days is to the point now where they've got to actually do their sums. They've got to go down and go through their bloody product and see how much expenditure over productivity, you know, and I think the expenditure is almost outweighing the productivity, and so a lot of farmers are finding that they can't keep up, and they're selling up and getting out, you know.
That's
To bigger
purpose.
corporations that will gladly do all of that. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, true, Charles. Yep. That could be by design.
So they
This is how we squeeze people out. And if you tell,
Why is my I have a delay? Huh. I shouldn't have a delay. Interesting.
you know, and if there's penalties involved in all of that, if you're not able to deliver the goods, then you might be penalized.
Well, that's right, and that's what they're doing now, Dom. They're, you know, the thing is with they've got so many tariffs on their products. They're barely making any money out of it, the poor buggers. I mean, over here they've got a thing where now they're the carbon footprint. Basically, you can expand a bit of carbon footprint by buddy planting trees on your farm, right? But some of these farms, they're just not getting productivity out of any of their ground, so they're planting the whole farm. And
do I still have a delay?
No, you're better now, Chuck.
All right. I was saying, the governments want the farmers to. That's what they did here in America. The farmers are falling behind on payments, and you know, sooner or later, scoop them up. I think at some point, families own this land, right? We know you can't own land, but you know, families been on these certain pieces of land for who knows how long, these farms, and then
up to 5 or 6 generations, sometimes 7.
Yeah, and they hike up taxes or whatever on purpose, so then they can't pay for it, and then they come by, and now the GOV control all this. And even farmers are saying, like I mentioned before, they won't eat. A lot of these seeds they're being given, they have a little area on the farm where they grow their own stuff for the family. They won't eat the shit that they're growing for us to eat. And I think that's crazy because I know families got to point. These farmers should have stood their ground. I just think people don't think America will back them. And for the most part, they're right to an extent. A lot of Americans wouldn't give a fuck. They're like, you know, they got the attitude, as long as it don't affect me, who gives a shit? But it is affecting us because we're eating that shit. But yeah, I wonder how much everywhere.
But aren't they just the policymakers, or at least the ones that are parroting all these policies?
Yeah.
I want to say that, Charles, because
Wow.
you know if that's happening.
I think of the.
Well, you know, we got
delay.
the clothing today, for example, is a lot of nylon and what do they call acrylic fibers, which are really not that good for your body. But you know, like natural clothing, wool and things like that, just about disappeared. You know, you have to basically go to what they call a third world country to get natural products. You know, hemp products come from what they call third world countries, and it's basically industry that people are doing naturally, and they've made a market for it like it's a niche in the market. But once it was really what everybody wore, right? And you know, like wool, for example, in this country, our country had a major export with wool. One of our major exports was wool, and nowadays wool is worth nothing. The farmer has to shear the wool off the sheep. He can't. The wool's worth nothing. A bale of bloody wool won't even pay the bloody all the care and product they needed to raise the sheep, let alone pay for the cost of shearing it and carting it to the bloody market. You know, some of these farmers are just getting shearers in, and they just shear the bloody sheep, and they take the wool out and dump it out in the bloody pasture, in a place where it won't affect the bloody ground. You know, or you know, it's just it's a waste now. It's not actually a product anymore. And you know, they're actually growing sheep now that shed their wool, so they don't have to spend the money to shear them. You know,
My fault.
So-
I had to switch back over. I had to let my phone charge a little bit.
So we got these self-shedding sheep over here, and a lot of farmers are moving into self-shedding sheep because it's cost effective, right?
Look what I found. Let's see if it'll show up. I was going through my cars, cleaning up, and this bad boy.
What is that?
Kevin Garnett see-through card. You could see my finger through it.
Oh, okay. See-through card. Look at that.
That's supposed to be what's the second Kevin Garnett the second.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite players growing up. Was Garnett.
Is he a farmer?
Yeah.
Huh?
I was going to say, Joe, is he a farmer? Kevin Garnett?
Farmer? Garnett.
So I wonder, Dean, how much, sorry for that, Charles, I wonder how many big corporations are running under the disguise of being under a third world country. You know, how many of them are actually owning all the land in India or China, or at least ruling over it?
Well, I would say that there's probably a greater percentage now than more so than private, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was asking Kamambo about Africa. Like, we were talking about the diamond mines and stuff like that. But because look at, just like any other government, you know, Look in Africa, like a lot of the government over there is crooked too. Just like everywhere, man. The government got everyone by the ball sacks. Or shall I say, not even the bankers, because I don't even think the bankers run the world. It's the people who call the shots, which is a very small percentage. I think it's like less than 1%. The true people who run the world, right? It's probably like a 0.1%.
Well, I'll give you an example here, Charles. When in Canada they passed the hemp laws, it was a big document. I think there was like 700 pages. Only 33 of them, or 34 pages, was actually about the hemp. A lot of the other pages were about Indian reserves, so that a lot of the people that had land under the Indian reserves could bypass their chiefs now and sell their land to whoever wants to buy it. This is why when you hear about the Gates, Bill Gates Foundation, they funnel and they purchase land, or they just, relocate monarchy lands to somebody else. So.
Right, and we've got a big thing over here at the moment too, Dom, with the Treaty of Waitangi, right? The Treaty of Waitangi was drawn up between the Maori chiefs and the King of England, and that was before Queen Elizabeth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that was meant to be a treaty of equality, where the chiefs' titles of land was respected, and they were a dual sovereignty over the land with the King of England, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm with you.
But they still have their own lands, and I think the reason for why there's such a they want to dissolve the thing now is that there's so much racism that's born of they have the land and we don't, and it's just, to me, it's just another form of land grabbing by dissolving the treaty, because they're going to just take more land. That's the way I look at it anyway.
I think some of it has to be done willingly. So they respect probably old energy. So this is why the Saudi Arabian, they're living underneath with all that black blood, that oil, and it's theirs. It's not like as though it's ruled by the monarchies or by the Vatican. So I think somewhere along the line, like anything, you got to be squeezed out of it. So there could be things done to farmers.
Yes. Yeah. And that's what they do. They squeeze people out of their bloody, out of their thing. Some cost will go into it. They can't afford this. A lot of New Zealand land has been taken because of the local people can't pay their rates, For example, I mean, if you're an older person on your land and you say, "Oh, well, I've had my productive years. I don't have to worry about producing anything anymore. I can just keep myself and learn and live on my land." But it's if you're not paying your rates, right? If you're not paying the rates that the government's charging for you to be there, right? Amenities, they say, or like water and power and rubbish removal. These are all at your gate, so you have to pay the rates. And so, a lot of these folks, they don't want all that shit. They never had them in the beginning. They never needed them in the beginning. Why do they need them now? And so they don't think along those lines. And so they don't pay their rates. They never had to before. Why should they pay them now? And so these things mount up. These bloody rates are mounting up. These rate bills are bloody worth hundreds of thousands by the time these people have spent a whole lifetime not paying their rate. And then all of a sudden the family bloody going, oh, well, we're going to divide the land up. Well, first you've got to pay the rates. You know, Dad didn't pay the rates. Your granddad didn't pay them. So now we want the rates paid. Oh, so now, you've got to sell off a bit of land to pay the rates, right?
Well,
a lot. I mean, that's not just alone with Maryland. People do that anyway. I mean, you've got, like maybe a farmer. He was a good farmer, and he's had a good family. He's raised children, and now they all want their own little share of what he had. And some of them don't want to work the land. Some of them want to go and live in the cities. And so then the others have to buy them out, or they have to sell the whole bloody lot if they can't buy them out. And then they divide up what's left. That's one side of the coin. The other side is that there's the grandfather. He bought that land. He sweated his ass off to get that, to make that land into something. And then his children, they work it as well, and they make it into something really productive. And then those children come along. They don't want to work it. They don't want to. They don't want to be a farmer. Hell, look, my mate's in town. He's got a flash Lamborghini and a bloody big house on the hill. I want one of them, right? And so
to school in the city.
And so everybody's like leaving the city, the countryside, because of this, the trinkets and the things that they want in the cities. The world gives you the desire to want a flash house on the top of a hill with a Lamborghini, right? And all these kids are looking at their phones, and that's all they're seeing. And they're out in the country; they haven't got a bob to their name. Getting a bloody a car is going to be a big thing. But hey, if I go into the city, I might be able to get me a job and have a Lamborghini in a year, right?
Sorry about that, man. I had an issue going on here. With
I guess
water leaking in the bathroom.
People are walking off the land, Dom. People are walking off the land. That's what's happening.
Well, I think the shift happened, Dean, because when people used to pay tribute, they could exchange tribute in a form of how many apples, how many cattle do you have? Forefathers more times than not used to purchase deeds. Rarely was anybody able to own land, and even that, owning land, that means you would have to know how to protect it. So these monarchies would say, "I'll give you a 100-year lease." So, and what we'll do is we'll bring in the tax collectors, and we'll want 500 bushels of apples. But then they came out with federal notes and said, no, that's your responsibility to figure out how to actually bring those apples into money. We don't want your apples anymore. So then people would sublease their land. That's why we have subdivisions. And this is why when people have to rezone a piece of land, the job of a governors, is to govern the mind. So now when you used to think about biblical stories, Pontius Pilate, he was a governor. And what happens in governors, they're permitted by the monarchies to give lands to people. So now most people that are farmers would say, okay, I don't pay property tax. No, you don't. You pay tribute in another form. Are you a Freemason? Yes. So at that point, you're going to pay very high membership fees. Now, if you decide to own your own land, let's say your forefathers kept your own land. They say, okay, so you have 100 acres of land. Okay, what do you actually do with that 100 acres of land? Well, I have a whole bunch of factories in there. Okay, no problem. How do you transport all that material outside of your land? Well, I use the roads. We're going to start charging you road taxes. Why? Because you don't own the land outside of your property. This is how you squeeze people out. That's why when you look at all the major cities in the world, all of them, not a single one, you can even talk about Arabics if you want to get technical, where you have to have some sort of membership fees because you're going to have an allodial title because the land already is run by the monarchies, whether it's the England, whether it's the Vatican, those are already being ruled. So now you can build on it. That's why you have allodial titles. I have a building. I collect a whole bunch of taxes for the system. So the government's job is just to collect. It's kind of like the story of Robin Hood. Robin Hood was a piece of shit, by the way. And the way the story is, he would be in the forest with a bunch of his little gangster members, and he would steal from the tax collector. So now, Dean, me and you are the monarchy, and we pay people to collect taxes. All of a sudden, the tax collector tells us somebody in the forest stole some of our taxes. Thank you. Because now we're going to tell the peasants we want double now. So now, what is Robin Hood then at that point? Either he's hired hand or he's a fucking piece of shit.
Oh, he's a fucking shill looking for the government.
There you go, Dean. You got it. You figured it out, my buddy. So now this is where people don't understand that. And this is what I'm trying to pound down over and over again, Charles. The issue is not the government. Now, unless you want to, it's like when you get gold and you want to melt it. Behind government is humans. Behind religion is humans. Behind state is humans. Unless you want to blame humans, that would be all of us then. That's okay. But it's the people that are behind the government. Now, who are they? Starbucks, McDonald's, Upper Deck. These are all the people. These are all the big corporations. They don't give a shit about what the governments do in each country because we make all the rules. The insurance company, Michelin tires.
That's a good name for them, Dom. The Upper Deck. They are the upper deck.
Wow, I was talking about the card company, but yes, they are.
That was perfect. Use that.
So now once people understand how the system works here, then you can maneuver around it. You could be a wise person and say, okay, I'm going to screw the system only because I already am in the system and I'm paying somewhere else. This is why when they do NAFTA, in here in Canada, they're never going to have Canada and America merge. What they'll have is a North American Union, maybe like the European Union. And then they'll just say, listen, we're going to put a certain digital system. Yeah, but what about the American currency? We're going to crash that hard.
Yeah. When they said they were going to make Canada 51st state, I was like, yeah, okay. Canada ain't going for that shit. They don't want no part of the U.S.
No, but that's the thing, Charles. That's the part that people are missing. The landmass on Canada and America, both of them are being ruled by the monarchy of England.
No, I know that. I'm just saying the people in general don't want, but it don't matter what they want. I'm just saying, in general, the people, but it ain't up to what the people want. It's what the rulers want.
Define the people now, because we really need clarity. There's peasants and citizens, and then there's the people. The people are the nobles. They'll do whatever they're fucking paid to do. The citizens of that. Okay. Now, when you're talking about the regular folks, the common folk, the peasants, all that, they don't count.
That's why I said it don't matter what they want.
Exactly. Whether or not what they want or what they need. Now, when people start understanding that, and then they start hearing government official, I don't care if you're a chancellor, a dictator, a president, or prime minister, they're reading from a script that's probably paid from high-tech industries that understand all that stuff. So it's more humans. And they're saying, we're here to represent the people. They're not talking about citizens. We're here to represent corporations. They're not talking about us.
They're talking about the people that bloody want to keep the corporations at the top of the power chain.
Thank you, Dean. Yes, Dean gets it. A lot of people get it. It's just the ones that usually fight and think, well, that's them. I said, no, you're looking at governments are probably even lower management. Masons are probably lower management. Fucking even the Barron family or the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers, the Gates family, they're just middle management. The ones that when you watch movies and you see somebody with 15 castles and they have a staff of 300 and 400 people, how do you think they're getting all their financial gain? They would make the Dow Jones look like a candy store. These government, what most people do, even if they work for the government, you collect taxes. I don't care. You collect it through corporations, speeding tickets, electrical license, whatever. And then that goes to them. And then they give the country a budget, an allowance. And the reason why they openly talk about that is because who gets it first? Police academy, corporation gets it, and then the citizens get it. Oh, you're a police officer. You get a little bit. After we buy military stuff, after we buy new fire trucks, after we buy new farming stuff.
Yep, it's the military comes first.
Yes, always. Because, hey, they're not us figuring this out. And then you would have your own people enforcing it. So when you're a police officer or you're a military guy, they're probably the most ignorant out of all of them. They might be good at their craft, but they're ignorant of knowing who they actually protect.
Yeah.
They're not protecting me or you.
They're not protecting the people. They're protecting the bloody company they're running for.
No, they're working for them. It's always funny when I hear people. I'm only using this as the American because that's the empire right now. Where somebody says, "Dominic, I'm in the military." I said, "Okay, so how are you protecting your country when you're in somebody else's country?" That's called an invasion, or you're actually protecting some corporation's asset. Yeah, but we had to go to Israel, or we had to go to not Israel. We had to go to Iran or Iraq. I said, "What booty were you taken from?" You know, here in Canada, we don't have to worry about it. Even where you are, New Zealand or Australia, why? Because the British Army's everywhere.
Yeah,
you just don't see them. So if we ever had martial law, there wouldn't be a single American military soldier on American soil. They would be out of the country, and they would bring in a foreign nation.
Yeah. The U.S. got more bases outside of the U.S. They got more soldiers that you're seeing in other countries than they do in their own homeland.
There you go, buddy. You got it. And then eventually, if there's ever martial law or the United States, you know what the United Nations would do? They would change all those American flags on those bases to United Nation flags. And now they represent the United Nation. They do that with all kinds of stuff. I remember we're here in Canada. We had a prime minister, fucking clever boy. He used all kinds of Canadian money to build a Canadian fleet of ships. When he was no longer prime minister, he brought all those ships to international water, got rid of all the Canadian people on there, put on foreign fucking people, and put on foreign flags. And now he owns a whole fleet of boats at the Canadian expense. That's done everywhere, Charles. I don't care if that's in Asia. Now, I'm not saying that's bad. That's business as usual.
Yeah.
Yeah, Putin's he's probably in the game. Saddam Hussein, Gaddafi, they were probably just psychopaths, and they were in the system, and they thought they could fuck the system, and you see how quickly they got rid of them.
And they're all human.
There you go. There you go. Take it, Dean. Now, we could be entities inside of it. We could be the gods inside of it. At that point, we're playing games, and we're worrying about the mortal form, you know. That's the way I perceive it, guys. I know that doesn't usually go well with people because, well, Dom, I'm too busy going in that direction. Yeah, you made a decision opposed to just see it for what it is. You know, regardless if you're American, Canadian, Chinese, or whatever, it's a game.
How invested are you in the game? Right?
Yeah. You know, yeah. Hey, Dean, you give me $1 billion, well, probably $1 million. I'll tell you what you want to hear.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Now, people will say, well, Dominic, but why would you do that? I said, because I love my comforts. How many presidents of the United States, it was in the documents, if you decide to become a president, you still have to have the slaves.
Like, people think America falling is a good thing. I was like, you're bugged out. America falling is not a good thing. People think if America falls, right, that is not a good thing, in my opinion.
Okay, it's not, but how so? Economically, internationally, American currency fallen, it's advantageous for the people that have actually been running it. Go ahead.
For the people at the bottom like us that are just trying to survive and live, it's not a good thing.
So when they crash, okay, well, when they crash economies in Venezuela or Lebanon and all these places, those are templates. And what happened? Did the rest of the world do anything major? No, they just treated it as like a whorehouse. So America collapsed.
They went in instead of shooting all the fucking people. When they crashed Venezuela, it was terrible. The people lost on that one bad down there.
Yeah, but here's one, Charles. America, if you factor in all the foreign pensioners, some economic have speculated, America's $300 trillion in the hole. If your economy, if the empire collapses and they move somewhere else, you just cleans your bills.
I think if it collapses, it'll be the same people in charge. They're just going to collapse the dollar and put in a digital one.
Charles, the dollar already had collapsed. That's why when they say the price of gold, the only reason why the gold has gone up is because they're basing it on a currency that's useless. You know how I'll give you a number. Were we in 2008, 2024? 16 years now, they've been actually using the ruble and begin to finance America's economy. But yet Americans will think Russia and China is our enemies. No, they're the ones that have been fucking supporting you like fucking parents. And then what happens when you use your but once you use another part of your Federal Reserve currency to fuel another country, those countries now are perfect because their currency is so devalued. Let's put the gold standard on them.
Might as well move to Ukraine. We paid for that fucker. Or not.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Russia and China paid for that war. Remember, America's currency is dead. When they valued it at 9 cents to the dollar in 2005, then you can follow what happened in 2008. You can understand the Twin Towers, because the Twin Towers are saying, listen, we're going to blow up something to tell all our friends it started. Charles, you know how much money? I can't probably give you a figure. How many times they bankrupt Dubai while they're building it?
No.
And we're talking about a country that prides in itself by saying it's democracy and they're a capitalist, but yet they do business with a country that majority of their importing, or I would be importing, is from China and Mexico and then Canada, right in order. But yet they're going to say they're going to put tariffs on all these countries. You know what they're really going to do, Charles? They're going to force all these other countries to fucking put tariffs on America and fucking crash it. That's what they're really doing. So now, as they're going around America, going to all these other countries and putting themselves around Russia, you know what they're really going to do? They're going to fuck America. In this case, the empire. How do you think the Roman Empire collapsed or the British Empire? It just moved.
Yeah, it didn't. Right.
They've been fucking this over since day one. Yeah. They've been fucking this country over before I was even thought of in my father's mind.
I feel sorry for the American citizens because most of them, even though they might have made a buck off of it, they're going to be holding.
We did it for ourselves.
Not really, Charles. That's not fair to say to you guys. That's not fair. Most people in America don't understand how economically things work.
Well,
you might understand it, but it doesn't mean most people are. But they'll still have to be honest and say, but did you enjoy the loot that you got from other countries? Sure you did.
Yeah, but it won't be as well. Anyway, I don't know. I'm hard on other people just like I'm hard on myself, man. I don't feel bad. Why should I? We didn't have to be in this position, but like no one taught me. Well, actually, that ain't true because you taught me a lot of stuff I didn't know, Dom, about the system. But
I'm only parroting what I hear, and I just try to process it in my head. I'm like, okay, because a lot of people when they hear that they get upset. I said, well, how do you think it's run? I'm willing to entertain people by saying, how does the cities run? Or a country? You honestly think the president or the prime minister runs the country? No, they don't. There's so many webs involved, and a lot of them probably don't even know how each other works. Like America, a lot of the stuff that America does is based on the United Nations carbon taxes. You know, listen to the word carbon taxes. You're paying taxes on something that they're making up. But meanwhile, find out who's polluting the most. China. Who's in China? Big corporations. So why does Canada and other Commonwealth countries have to pay for other fucking pollutants? That's what they do. Are they going to fix it? No. It's like cancers. Are we paying for the understanding cancer, or you're just paying so they can build more machines because they really know what cancer cells really are? But hey, let's not blame the food industry, Wi-Fi, electricity. Let's not blame any of that. You know, it's always fun when I hear my buddies say, "Oh, but they care about us." Really? So you honestly think McDonald's is about healthy food, or you think it's just about fucking location and making another buck? Who's to say that those aren't human remains in that food? Oh, that can't be. Well, how would you know? You honestly telling me that all the foods in the world, that they have all these cows that they're producing, all these chickens? Where? Give me a place. America supplies most of their food is supplied from most outside countries. If all of a sudden the United Nations, let's say they play a game and say, listen, let's all the countries close their doors. How long do you think America would survive? A week? A month? Let's shut down the Panama Canal. See how quickly that works. Or hey, let's stop bringing all the 18-wheelers to supply all the grocery stores. What would people do with all those fucking guns? Who would they be shooting? And where would they be getting the bullets from? I have to order my bullets from Amazon. You know, I don't agree with China, but they're coming from there. Sorry, Dean, I would probably put the bullet to my head. No, I wouldn't do that. But eventually I might have to think about it. Hey, but entertain us with the Coliseum. Charles, you know, I don't mind watching sports. That's Coliseum. You know. And if we were back in the Roman day, they probably had trading cards too. Here, I'm going to sketch out an old Roman soldier. He got killed yesterday, but hey, I got a picture of him with a sword in his head.
I want an autograph.
Too late. Too late. Maybe you get the autograph the guy that actually put the sword in his head before he dies.
Sign the sword with the head still attached.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
That's why all those athletes in different parts of the world, whether in Europe or in America, they give us the illusion, oh, an athlete is signing a $300 million contract. Yes, because the currency is useless.
That sucks.
Fuck, the problem I would have is, where do I get all the ink to print all this money? Oh, well, Don, we're going to go to a digital system. Really? So that means I can wake up tomorrow with no more ones in front of my zeros? Yes, you can, Dom. And what did they actually openly do when they actually caught Saddam Hussein? They proudly admitted, we shut down all of his accounts.
And took all his gold.
So you know what they're really saying to you know what they're saying? And not to us. They're saying to all their people that are in their clubs, this is the shit that can happen to you if you think you're going to backstab us.
There you go. There you go.
They don't care about us.
Trumpety Trumpadum. They're going to redo that.
Mm-hmm.
Because Americans think, oh, you guys think you're going to do something. Here, we'll give you this guy. We'll make everyone thinks he's going to save the day, and boom, you're done.
Yeah, there you go.
Everybody got dirt on them. They'll find dirt on you somehow, and if they haven't got any, they'll make it to you.
I don't think they're really in real life going to execute him, but they're going to play that role again, like with JFK and all them. They're going to just do that.
Charles, Dean, how easy would it be to get a picture of an athlete and then cut and paste him being beside a child, and then use their media to say like, oh, he was doing some pedophilia. How could you prove it? How could we prove Bill Gates, let alone Elon Musk, have billions of dollars? How would we be able to prove that?
Yeah, it's all hearsay, isn't it?
Sure it is, Dean. But people will defend it. Oh, but Dominic, they told us on the media, the same media that openly admits they're not there to tell you the truth. They're just telling you stories.
That's wild you bring that up, because there's a guy in the story the other day was talking about Elon Musk and all the money he got. And I was like, man, he don't got all that money. And the guy was literally arguing with me. I didn't keep the conversation going because he was willing to defend it till his death. But the guy didn't want to hear it.
But it's the same as 8 billion people in the world. How do we really know that? Is there really?
I honestly like if he had 60 billion, like fuck it,
The
Elon
higher,
Musk.
the more they can pull the wool over their eyes. That's what they're doing.
There you go, dude. You know,
But that's
people that are
good about look at P Shitty. There's really no evidence to show he did any of that. It's just a distraction. They could paint any picture they want to get people to look.
Hey, Charles, people that are well off, whether they're crooked or not, do not openly talk about what they have financially wealth and what they do in the bedroom. That's usually children that say that shit. So if you ever met somebody that's well off, you can assume, but they're not going to tell you, oh yeah, I'm worth $3 billion. And by the way, I do doggy style with my wife. They don't talk about that shit. Those are the people, you know, the people that talk that shit? People that say words like bitches, chick, they use the N word over and over again like a fucking skip parrot. When people start talking that way, you know, go the opposite direction. You're talking to a child. No, guys like Dean, I love you dearly, Dean. You'll talk about plants. I already get a sense, Dean, you could break down the soil and all that kind of stuff. And for most of us,
about that things, but I do know about plants and land and soils. Yes.
Yeah, I get that from you, Dean, and I appreciate that. For me, it's theoretical, and I can take in stuff. Doesn't mean I practice it, but I hear my wife, and I've heard my dad, I've heard my uncle. Hey, Dom, it's going to be a full moon. We plant a certain plant on a Tuesday after the full moon. Really interesting. What is that? Okay.
some little knowledge, you know, of things like that. Yes.
And those are the same people that talk about economically. Why are you guys doing currency at a certain time where the moon is? Because we understand energy. Oh, okay. Makes sense to me. You know, but for most people, what they're waiting for is a handout. And at that point, you made a deal. Whether it's the devil, the humans, whatever.
Whatever.
You know, at least the devil is going to, you know, has the details and maybe even break it down for you. But when we start talking about humans, especially when the person openly admits that they're chasing financial gains, they might be able to teach you a little bit how to maintain it, let alone how to earn it. But for most people, they just want it. They don't care how they get it. So at that point, we're prostitutes, aren't we?
Aren't we?
You know, no offense, Charles. I get it. We're allowed to get upset because there's a part of us know that we're being screwed, but not realizing how much we screw ourselves first and foremost.
Exactly.
You know, and it's, you know, and you can't really blame your parents. You really can't blame your community because who's to say that they didn't get screwed too?
Well, they did, you know. It's a fact. We're all getting screwed. It's just the level
of shit, but I blame me. I'm my own boss, you know. I carve my own path.
And I've made my own mistakes, and that's how I think about it too, Chuck. But you know, I think as far as we are concerned, and compared to what the up and coming future generations have, we're probably a little bit just knowing what's going on. Even if we can't change it, at least we know, right? And I don't say we can't change it. I just say it's a very slow process, and it's a case of really. You're not going to bloody go out there and put your foot in the bloody fire because you know you're going to get your foot burnt. So basically, it's just all the mistakes really I've made in my life that steer my ship, really, isn't it? You know,
that's the word mistake, mislead, mistake. The word with sin or whatever. You know, how do we not know this is some sort of cosmetic joke on us? It's karma. So what we don't do in this lifespan, we come back and reap its rewards in the next lifespan. You know, it's always fun when I hear certain people talk. I said, "You're fucking racist. Were you a light skin in a previous life, and now you're so fucking racist?" Or you get men that are really abusive to women. Wouldn't that be funny if karma was you come back next lifespan as a woman that gets mistreated? That'd be humorous. But it would be just reward. You know, if a person mistreats an animal by not honoring it, by killing it, you know, by honoring its being and then removing it, wouldn't it be funny if you come back? Go ahead.
I had that horrible thought. I thought to myself, well, what if all the people who have got disabilities and all that were paying the karma of some foul deed they did from some previous lifetime, right?
That's true, Dean. I'm with you on that, Dean. It's kind of like when people talk about people molesting children. I said, well, how do we not know that that being did not get molested in a previous life? And they said, listen, I don't got the fucking patience. I'm going to fuck that baby when it gets born. And then let it get manipulated. And then its punishment will be, it has to deal with all its own actions. Or
And
here's even
a real black soul to want to do that, right?
exactly. Or here's even a worse one. No, I'm not going to get even. Let them think about it for a while. Again, it could be a game that we play with each other, because then that opens up to the question, then why did we come here in the first place? Could this be some sort of game that we're playing with each other? If not, then if it's just a one-time trip, then what value would it be? Because some people get lucky to become a trillionaire in one lifespan.
Can you give me 5 minutes? I gotta cook something real quick.
That's a great topic there. And you know, I've toyed with the idea of this karma thing, and reincarnating, and we're coming back to keep paying for the debt. But you know, and I have to wonder at why people are so. There are so many disabled people in the world today. But I mean, I also know that probably in my mother's time and my grandmother's time, a disabled person with more than one limb or more than the 4 limbs that we've got probably would have killed the baby and the mother, because we didn't have the hospital type character we have today with saving lives. You know, they might not have had access to cesarean, for example, so you can take a baby out who's got more than, say, 4 legs, 5 legs, whatever, and that baby will be, you know, saved. In times past, and it seems like, oh man, that's a real harsh way to think. But at one point, there were no hospitals and there were no doctors. You know, in some places, not to say this is happening everywhere, but there were no hospitals and doctors in some places, and so therefore that mother and that baby lost their life, because there was no way of stopping that or saving the situation, say.
Mm-hmm.
And per se. And you know, so you've got to look at it like, is that karma? Is that karma?
Could be.
Is
It could be physical karma. Yeah.
Or is it the results of human experiments? And I think more along the lines of human experiments these days, Dom, because of the fact that people are you know, can be really disgusting, really demented. There are some really demented people here, and
we also have very much amazing people, so you have to weigh them out. So what motivates somebody to do something amazing would be no different what motivates somebody to do something what we might perceive as hideous. What is that ongoing program running the vessel? So again, we can get into that. Like, think about it for a second, Dean. Why would a system like Commerce Corps actually give a human being 2 life sentences? What aren't they telling us?
Say that again.
Why is a system called the commerce system? You know, because most our court system is based on commerce. They will actually give a person or human being 2 life sentences. What are they not telling us then when they say 2 life sentences? Or here's another one. warriors, like samurais. Why is it they'll learn their craft, but they know if you better me, they'll humble themselves, but I get the final blow because they understand karma. So if another human being goes to war and they kill another human being, what are they actually setting themselves up for the next lifespan?
Well, it's a possibility, isn't it?
It's all possibility. At that point, it's all possibilities. That's why when I entertain people, I say, listen, how do you think the system is set up? For most people, they've been indoctrinated. They think they have an answer. I said, no, you just have variations of possibilities. What is an answer from moment to moment? It's a possibility. How could I prove if the aliens, how can I prove that the sun and the moon are material? I can't. And somebody will say, yeah, but Dom, it's written in the book. I said, did anybody ever go up there? Give me a name. Science. No, give me a name. Who's actually gone up there? Because I've jumped out of a plane and it's cold up there. So what is heat at that point? You know, I love it when people like to play the flat earth and the globe games. No different when a person says they're a Christian or a Muslim. I said, you're playing with ideals, belief systems. I can't prove it's right or wrong. So I can only share things that I'm aware of.
What are you invested in, right? That's exactly it. What are we investing in, right?
Yeah. What are we paying attention to? And even that, is it questionable? Should we be able to question our thoughts? Yes. Questioning other people, how does that serve? I could ping pong it with somebody. It's okay. So how do you think the waters work? How do you think clouds come and go? I don't know, Dom. But yet, if somebody writes it down or somebody talks about it, I said, okay, so it's factual, or are we just playing with spelling here? We're going to indoctrinate ourselves by saying, well, one part of the world we live this way, and another part of the world we live that way. Okay, so we can entertain hemispheres. You know, I'm willing. Dean, I love when I hear certain people talk about perhaps, maybe, possibility, question things. But when people start giving me answers, I'm like, I'm suspicious now.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. How do you confirm that? How do you confirm that? You know, when somebody says to me, we're going to heaven, how do we confirm that?
Hey, so you tell me what heaven is because I got to hear it from somebody else. I don't know what heaven is. You tell me what heaven is.
Yeah, what is it? The clouds? And then even that, when let's say you're a Christian or whatever, I'll go to heaven. Okay, so are we talking physical? Like, are you going there when you're 20 years old, 30 years old, when you're an alien, cancer-induced person? Like, when do you go there? Unless we're talking about something totally different. We're not talking about the physical. Most people are caught up in the evil world, the material world. But yet they ignore the fact we're using words that we can't see. We're breathing air that we can't see. We're using thoughts that we can't see. So that means the senses can be fucked with at any given moment.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. I mean, you can play on anybody's senses if you know what their tendencies, their soft parts are, right? And I mean, this is how a lot of people are played, really, right?
We have cultures. Cultures. What culture are you going to join? I'm going to join the atheist culture. I'm going to join the humanist culture. I'm going to join the Third Reich.
German American culture.
There you go, Charles. You got it. You know, but it's always fun when somebody says to me, Dom, I don't watch TV anymore. Oh, okay. So you don't have discernment? No, I just don't watch TV. Okay, so but you'll watch something else in the square, right? You'll watch things through a computer, right? Yes. Well, Dom, I don't watch sports anymore. Oh, so you think sports is indoctrination? Yes, it is. Don't you think the fucking language you're speaking is not an indoctrination? Oh, here's another one. You're going to tell me a different type of diet that you eat for that vessel, whether it's a physical, emotional, or mental. Most people never even think about emotional and mental diet, but a physical diet. So you're going to spend a whole lifespan, 60, 70, 80, 90 years, to steward a vessel that's mortal. Interesting. Interesting. You know you're full of shit, right? What do you mean? I don't give a shit about your diet. I don't give a shit. It's a fucking raw diet. It could be a meat diet, whether it's domestic or it's wild. You do whatever the fuck you want to do. Just don't harm another being. But going around promoting that shit, I'm the kind of person, let's get some old fireplace and let's burn every fucking book that's ever been created. And that'll be a start. And then we can start talking about everybody should have duct tape over their mouth. Why? Because really, what are we doing? I get it. People are going to tell me, no offense to people. I get it. We can have all kinds of diet. I'm going to have a raw diet. Nice for you. I'm going to have a vegetarian diet. That's nice. It's when people start saying mine's better than yours. Get the fuck out of here. Do your diet and shut the fuck up.
Exactly. Get on with what you're doing. Be here now. Do what you're doing now. And don't compare yourself, because if you're going to start comparing yourself, you're in for a comparison, right?
Sure you are. Sure. Dean, it's like when, you hear men say, oh, we don't understand women. Fucking men don't even understand each other. And I love it when people play and I know I'm going to fucking get a little heat, but then again, I'm the kind of person, get the fuck out of my face, where they talk about, well, it's black against white. I said, first of all, I've never seen a human being that's in a black form or a white form. If anything else, that's designed for magic, unknown and known. But for most people, what I hear when they talk about the color of their skin, they're talking about our genders getting fucked. Really? You don't think every gender's getting fucked?
Yeah, I know. I labelled myself the first time I got opposed to the way you talk, right? I labelled myself as somebody who doesn't even bloody listen, right?
That's all it is. It's no offense. The apologies for oneself, forgive oneself, meaning that the program, and realize that it's, a lot of us, we try to blame other people.
Yeah.
But how would that serve them? Like, obviously, Dean, if me and you were trying to represent the human race, what part would we represent? The wars, the way women get treated, how men treat each other, how children get neglected? What part would we defend? Now, we can throw in some caveats and say, okay, but we know how to dance, we know how to sing, we build great things. Okay, so that you just save half the population. So, but
I can only speak for myself, and that's what I've realised is I can only speak for myself.
True,
and
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, and I think I used to hear my brother say that all the time when he was alive, and I should have taken a bloody leaf out of that book years ago. But I've bloody matured since I've even come to the street, Dom, and just people like yourself, and Bex, even Chuck, and Bruce, and all the people that I know and hang around London. Renegade One, he's a beautiful person, beautiful soul. Yourself, Dom,
I just have diarrhea of the mouth. Sorry, Dean. I just have diarrhea of the mouth once in a while because I like being in silence. But I get it. There is a nice community out there.
My understanding of things, and it's a blessing for me. It's a real blessing for me. I'm pleased. I'm pleased that I know that I can change and my mental mind has shifted. I know that there's hope for the rest of the world, right? That's how I see it, Dom.
Hopefully for the human race, the world itself.
Well, yes. A human race, that's what I'm saying.
At the same time, if we were going to be fair to all the parts in this world, how would the animal kingdom and the insect and the plant kingdom really say about humans?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if I didn't have my little dog's love and things that I cared for coming back to me because I care for them, they care for me. I think you give off a certain aura about yourself anyway, because when I go out into the bushland, even animals and birds come around me.
Because you're probably attuned to nature, but for some animals, they might turn around and say, okay, so let me understand this. You've domestified us, but I was born to be wild. Now, we can justify by saying, okay, but wild animals only live for so long, but a domestic animal can live longer. This is where the debate would be. If I'm a slave, but you're treating me somewhat well, and I can live longer in comforts, would I exchange that opposed to living wild and only living for a short period of time? That's the base-to-base cases. Because if animals could say, okay, so you domestify us, you make us as pets, fuck, you even eat us. So you domestify humans, you treat them like zoo animals, but yet you don't eat them, there's a conflict there. And if there's a God out there, go ahead, sorry, Dean.
You'd be surprised how much you, as a person, can smell another person if you have a different diet to them, right? I'm sure you know that, right?
In some instances, I can pick that up, but a lot of times I don't, Dean. So,
Yeah.
and this is where man's best friend is a dog. Why? Because a man has become domestified and a dog's become domestified. They're not wild anymore. So for somebody to understand nature, you would have to understand wild and untamed. But most of us isn't. Now, if we start listening to the women of the world, they're more attuned to that gut. We would be better off in maybe the feminine energy, the wisdom energy. But for most men, I hate to say this, that's overgeneralizing, we become domestified.
I would agree.
And it would take a lot of efforts to break away from those conditions based on my gender, the color of my skin, my many personas. I'm a father, I'm an electrician, I'm a plumber. Those are masks. That's not who we are. But most people will try to indoctrinate themselves by saying, oh no, I'm the vessel. Okay, so is that woman actually a Muslim woman and she has to wear a mask? And that woman is a modern woman and she has to wear a fucking tampon or in this case, a thong? Those are conditioning. And it's when you observe it for what it is, opposed to thinking that's right, that's wrong, opposed to that's right and that's left. I'm using that hemisphere and I'm using that hemisphere. That whole concept of right and wrong. You're trying to denounce, not Eugene, but people are trying to denounce being the observer. Now somebody said, but I experience things. Okay, so let's go with that. If I said tree, a sequoia tree in a forest, did you experience the literal material or did you experience every word that I just said? That's something somebody has to go inwards. Yeah, but I don't see words. Bingo. So you can fast for 30 or 40 days. You can actually fast 3 or 4 days without water. How long can you fast without air that you can't see? 3-4 minutes?
I was just about to say.
However long you can hold your breath, I guess.
That's why we have the concept of breath of life. But then people say, I'm life. No, you're in life. You're breathing it all the time. In and out, in and out, in and out. And you can go inside of a train. You can go inside of an elevator. You're still breathing life. So when I hear people say, we're going to Mars, I said, how are you going to contain air, you fucking moron? Unless you are going to tell me that we're a different species, because the human form can only do things. Like, Dean, if me and you were going to be deep sea divers, outside of that,
they're going to Mars just yet, though, Dom, right?
But not in a physical form.
Well, I mean, if
how would we prove it, Dean? Hold on, before you go on, how would me and you prove that?
Okay, just as a possibility, if there was a place, say, we found it was Earth, and it had nothing on it, but we decided, well, if we grew some plants, some mushrooms, some algae, and water and that, and enough big and large enough containments that we'd be able to produce oxygen. Over time, we could possibly get life to start growing, maybe in an uranium type scenario.
Well,
you know, they're going to send a message with the Mars rover. No, I'm joking.
It's too late, sir. So most of our oxygen is not based on the Earth's surface. It's based on the body of water. So knowing that, then, if there is another place and its absence of water, how can the human exist? Because that plant that you're talking about needs liquids, needs waters. We have skinny air. So until
I'm sure. I'm almost positive in my own mind to think that I could go down into the earth if I had the bloody resources. If I had the resource, I could go down into the earth, dig a bloody hole right down as far as I wanted to go, say a couple of miles, and then decide, right, well, this is deep enough, and then dig it all up, bloody cart all that stuff up to the top, place it all in big mine heaps, and have a big enough area there to hold a whole area of water that I could pump down into there. I could then have little areas left with like islands, and I could make little land masses down there. If I had the technology, I could put a sun and a moon in there, and I could build a whole new bloody terrarium.
You could, but this is where we play with the ideal of as above, so below. They're not talking about the Earth's surface. So
Okay, here's another thing to add to that. So then I could say to myself, right, okay, so we've just done that. Now we're out here. Now we're going to build this thing inside there. Now we're going to have a little experiment. We're going to reincarnate ourselves down into that, but we're going to be in micro form, and we are going to be so small that we won't even know where we came from.
So let's go with that. Transformation then of the vessel. This is where when people play with the ideal of giants and all that, how do we not know that there's different atmospheres surrounding the Earth? Because the Earth is already placed in a certain way that if me, you, Dean, and Charles wanted to go up to Mount Everest, there's a pressurization going on. If we want to go in the depths of the ocean, there's a pressurization going on. And that's to serve to keep the body vessel contained. So now knowing that, unless we start going sideways, we start going to other parts of the realm, that maybe we'll find out that there's something beyond the ice wall, and maybe there is a place called Atlanta, Odin, and all that kind of stuff, instead of distracting us with the fucking sun and the moon and then saying that we're a global whatever, where nothing down here is up there, so how the fuck can you prove it one way or another? At that point, those people are wasting a lot of fucking energy. They're no different than Christians and Muslims. And the last time I remember, billions of people follow Christianity and Muslims. But meanwhile,
we could actually do a micro terrarium, and then make it a living area, plants and have animals and all those things in it, in a petri dish type thing.
Isn't that what Earth already is?
It doesn't that we were that in the first place, and then and voila, we've just moved on to Mars, right?
Okay, well, we're playing with okay, I'm with you, Dean. We're playing with the luminaries, and we're going to be told. Hear me out. We're being told that each of the luminaries have different types of gases. Who gave us that information?
No, only buddy NASA, of course, and the scientists. And
let's say it's entities. Okay. Now they might say, let's say they're the fallen ones or the watchers. My question is, so why would it serve you to tell us this? You know, again, what is the moon and the sun? Anybody here been up there?
Why does it serve to tell us? Because you are the only ones who can reincarnate. We can't. We're not able to do that. But if we can get you to reincarnate there, then you can bring our technology over there, and then we can.
Okay.
Then we can move in.
Okay, we'll go with that. Body snatchers. We'll say body snatchers. So we're here, we're living down here, and they're anchoring us here, and they trick us with a false lamp, and we come down here, and next thing you know, we're a bunch of mosquitoes here. So, but again, it doesn't explain what is the moon and the sun. We can speculate, but anybody, have you met anybody, Dean, that said, you know, Dean, I just came back from the moon?
Yeah.
I haven't met anyone. The only person I've heard say that is Armstrong and his mates. I haven't actually met anyone.
There you go. So you haven't met him. So it goes back to, we know a guy named Elon Musk. How do we know he's worth billions of dollars?
Exactly.
You don't know. So at this point, especially when in the biblical stories, let's go with the biblical. What's that mean?
Chuck called out. What did he say?
Billions.
Oh, Dean. Yeah. I just wanted to share the picture which I seen in the video, so I screenshotted this guy. Now, I don't know if they were digging or how they got to this. I forgot in the video. I think I saved it. I got to send it to you. But look at that tree stump. It's been petrified. You see it?
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, we can see that, and then we get indoctrinated so we can explain it with the language. It would be no different if me and you can go back into time and say, listen, Nostradamus, did you predict the cell phone? Did you predict the battery? No, not really, Dom. Oh, okay, good enough. Just putting it out there. Hey, Jesus, by the way, did you ever mention anything about boats and submarines and all that kind of stuff? And if you did, I said, did the people in your life during that age, did they really grasp what you're saying, or they just thought you were full of shit? Just putting it out there. You know, they talk about the luminaries, in this case, the sun and moon, being science. They never once said anything about time. You know, if anything else, what we call time is based on a clock and a watch. Those are gauges.
Yeah,
That's
really,
not time.
time is just a lot of moments of now, isn't it?
Those could be moments, word meant in it.
Now, yeah.
You know, but we're in what's called life. And then they call things like afterlife, and people play with the tarot card and they'll say death. Death is just a transformation from what to what. You know, again, it's like, I'll give you an example, Dean. My dad just recently passed away. He moved on.
Yes.
He was fighting with cancer, and his stomach. Go ahead.
Condolences.
Well, he's not suffering anymore, and my dad's always used to preach
Yeah,
Dominic.
but
thank you, Dean. My dad used to always preach.
I acknowledge the death, and I think not death, but transformation. I acknowledge it, and I think when you say use the words of condolences, that you're acknowledging that person's life. I think, right?
Yes. My dad used to always say, Dom, you have to take the sweet with the sour. It's part of life. It might suck, but it is part of life. We are in life, and we're going to eventually be, it'd be different if our body wasn't aging, but it is. So what was going on was cancer came back, and it was biting him hard. His stomach started bulging. And of course, your body starts generating all kinds of heat. But yet, once he passed up and he gave up the ghost, that body went cold. So where's the heat now? So what? Are we trying to say that parasites do not interfere with you once you leave the vessel? Because how does something go from really hot to really cold?
Yeah, that's
Think about animals. Think about animals. And then
my grandfather, his body was frozen when he was gone.
Yeah. So whatever we are, we could be energy that we, it's people understand 347 and how it generates heat and all that, but by the magnetic pull. But how do we not know we are not the light or the orb? Again, I'm solely talking from speculation, so I can entertain more ideals.
I kind of feel that actually, Dom, because I even feel that the stars that we see in the sky are past lives that have been here, and the orbs that people are seeing now are ones that still haven't left. They're still around here. They've not moved on, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm with you on that, Dean. This is why in biblical stories they talk about Adam. He's going to experience good and evil. He's going to experience a material life, and then he passed away from that. But they could be still here in the spiritual, so they never died.
So a lot of ancestors said, Dean, that the Aurora Borealis was the ancestors traveling home or something.
Mm-hmm. No, we could have had a spiritual war, and a lot of us lost, and now we're in prison here. And then a lot of people, it'll be like, people that go to jail. Most people that go, no offense, people that have been in jail, they always think I'm innocent.
Anything that imprisons your mind is something you don't know. I was saying that to myself and to Maureen before to myself, and then I went into the room, and Maureen and I started talking about it, and I said, well, it's like a lot of things, if you don't know about them, then you just carry on making stupid mistakes. But once you know, then you change. And it's I'm saying to myself, well, what happens when you know that that what you were living in and all that, it was just a bunch of someone else's perspective, and that you'd now you'd known that, and you killed that lie, you you started living your own life, and seeing it as not trying to do it their way, but do it your way, or do it the way you feel it's right. That's right for what you're doing, and then you think to yourself, well, you know, the afterlife, we are told, is a place where you go and your mind forgets it, everything, they know nothing, and all that. Well, that's okay, your mind doesn't, because the mind's not there anymore. It's a physical thing if you're talking about the brain. But are we talking about
their life?
Thoughts and minds, the mind's eye, right? And are we able to see through that mind's eye the things that we after in the afterlife, after the transition of the things that is that's why an orb is still hanging around here? Is that the reason the orb is still hanging around here? Because they can still see through their mind's eye, right?
Is there life after life?
Well, we do use words like life and afterlife, thoughts and afterthoughts. So what is afterlife? Question is now, what is life?
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
so
it's a vibration of light, isn't it?
And I'm with you on that, Dean. We can use those terminologies, a vibration of light. You know, when you're talking about orbs or whatever. But for a lot of people, they're so attached that they actually think or feel that they're the vessel, which, hey, I'm willing to entertain with most people. I say, but have you challenged that? Because then you have to ask questions. Are you aware that people go into coma states? So who's running the body? When you go to sleep, who runs the body? When somebody gets into hypnosis, who takes over?
You've talked like this before, more than once, many times, Tom. And
well, you have to do like a mantra, because most people don't realize they're not going to do that for themselves. You know, you got to do something like a mantra, and then you can embody it. Hence, the mind and the eye. Heard today from a lady, and I thought that was a great term. The gut might be the eye. You receive things through the gut. But most people, not most people, most men are what we call scholars. They use the upper brain. Let me say the creative side is wrong, and I'm always going to use the right side of my brain because I got to always do everything logically. Well, then explain the fucking sun and moon to me, buddy. And I don't want to hear any fucking indoctrination shit about science, because then you're going to have to give me a name. So what are those two objects in the sky? Well, the material. Really? So what have we ever created here outside of an air balloon that we can look back into history, which is the written work, and said the sun and the moon was still there? So what's been able to hold that up there? Go ahead.
You want to have a heart attack. I could tell when Dom, he's getting cooking, man.
No, but I'm doing it because I'm giving people the benefit of the doubt that they've actually challenged themselves. You know, challenging each other is a waste of energy. Go ahead, Charles.
That's the problem. A lot of people don't challenge themselves. I love challenging myself.
And I'm grateful, and that's why we have those small little communities where you can hear each other and you can know the ones. But the other ones that said, no, you're noisy people. We're in kindergarten, me, Dean, and Charles. The rest of you shouldn't even be here. Get the fuck out of here. Go play with the Kardashians. Go to work every day. That's fine, because they're not even going to question how cars came to be, let alone how the fiat currency come to be. And that's fine. Know where you stand. Because once you know where you stand, you can find your own tribe. Now, they're going to complain about it. I said, then you're just a spoiled child at that point. You know what I mean? This is not about right and wrong. This is about knowing where you stand. So if there's people out there, because it'd be different if I'm talking to every Tom, Dick, and Harry and say, listen, did you participate in making Wi-Fi? Dom, I can even explain how it came to be. Oh, okay, great. No, I don't know, Dom. I just used the fucking thing. Oh, okay. No, I can appreciate when somebody says, Dom, I know how to take a car apart and put it together. Great, I can learn something from you. It doesn't mean I'm going to practice it, but thank you. Opposed to somebody else say, well, Dom, I don't know. I don't think people know how to do that kind of stuff. Well, then how the fuck did it come to be? I already know at that point. I'm talking to a child, a spoiled one at that. Now, they might get all upset. I said, you just revealed your emotions, and I'm acting right now because I really don't give a shit about other people. That's their responsibility to give a shit about themselves. But I'll gladly hear them. Please share. You know, and if they tell me, say, listen, Dom, I'm a surgeon. Okay, no problem. Tell me, what does it take to be a surgeon? Well, Dom, you're not going to understand. I said, how about you entertain me first and let me decipher whether or not I can understand that or not. Because I'm going to be honest with myself. And I said, thank you for sharing. Okay. But for most people, they come in thinking, I know the answer. Oh, this ought to be fun. You're one of those fucking truth fucking morons, aren't you? I know the truth. Okay, so if you know the truth, do you know all the deceptions you give yourself? Oh, no, Dominic, I'm absent of that. Okay. Again, Dean, it's one of those things I know people say jokingly. Be careful when you're throwing rocks when you don't realize you're in your own little glass bubble.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. But I get it. Dean, I've heard you talk and I love what you share and the other people. But then there's other people in chat. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I'd rather have 3 of you here opposed to 100 of you here. Now, that's me being an arrogant piece of shit, but I'm okay with that. Where other people, they want to be entertained. Okay, so me and Dean and Charles are going to entertain you. Do you like to be entertained by movie stars? Well, yeah. Well, then fucking pay me.
Exactly. I mean, I didn't come here to have a yarn with everybody. I came to yarn with you guys.
Well, how much do you want to get paid, Dom? What do you value? Then you give me that. And then I'll burn it in front of you. So there you go. So you value that. Now, I might not do that. I'll say, listen, Charles, you need some money to pay rent? Here you go. It's not mine to own. If we're truly here to share with each other. Now, I'm okay when people entertain each other. You want to entertain each other? It's usually when people start getting sarcastic and they try to get clever with each other and do the name calling. That would be better done privately. Because nobody wants to be made fun of publicly. Unless you're getting paid to do that. And that's what most politicians are. That's why they're okay with people making fun of them, because they're getting paid well for it.
Yeah, they are.
Fucking right they are. They got a floating pension.
And they're fucking paid afterwards, after they leave. They got it for the rest of their days.
There you go. You got it, Dean.
Well, to put on a show.
There you go. Oh.
They'd be like, come on, Mr. Trump, and what was that other lady's name?
Whatever her name was, I don't remember.
The chick that said she was black, or whatever her name is, all these labels, but they're like, Trump and Miss Black, or whatever her name was, put on a show for the people. We'll give you $200 million. That's just a fart out of my wallet. And they were like, okay, Mr. Leader.
Yeah, all these Trump badges and gold Trump buddy, whatever they had, they were selling.
Keep them occupied.
Keeping people bloody locked in and loaded.
Whoever does it the best will get a raise.
Oh, for sure. It's like Trump. I mean, sorry, what's his name here? Trudeau. He's from a wealthy family, St. Clair, regardless of who his father was. You know what I mean? He comes from a well-to-do family. So for him, he's been groomed.
You gotta earn that money, boy. You get up there and earn it. Yeah.
Who took his position, Dom? What was the new guy? The new I don't even know what to call them, magicians.
I don't think he stepped down. I know he says he's going to resign. Kind of like what's the name, Boris, with there. But it's the same characters. They're not there to serve me or you, Charles. But hey, they had all kinds.
People get all excited. Oh shit, we got to get somebody new, and then they put their worry aside.
Take the red pill or blue pill. Hey, Dean, take the red party or the blue party.
Exactly.
Hey, as long as it's a party, they're all in.
Okay. Sorry,
that's
guys.
why it's called a party. They're partying, but we're not invited.
Now you're talking about George Carlin.
Yeah,
he said that. I like George Carlin, man. He's funny. You could take a serious situation and make you laugh, and you could get something out of it.
And get some fucking marbles rolling around at the same time. Exactly.
And even that, he could have been in the club and showing to his club members, listen, I could talk openly to the citizens, and most of them would be like a deer in a headlight. They're thinking, he's openly admitting that there's a party and we're not included. No, because he's fucking making fun of you.
Yeah, I think he was in the party.
Fucking right he was. Well, you honestly think they're going to allow to do that? Unless he was totally naive. Those are the best politicians, when they're naive and they think they're actually going to change the system. Well, first of all, change always happens. But if you honestly think you're going to change a system that's working hard generation after generation, No, it
I
doesn't
wonder if
work
there's
that
any
way.
of them left. I wonder if there's any politicians left that are not in the know, like as far as you know.
I doubt it. I doubt it. I'm
But
pretty sure you.
I think they're all gone.
4 months found out that you can't change those bloody places, and you're never going to, and you're wasting your bloody wind.
Or
If anyone slipped through the cracks, which they probably never will, they would have a bullet in their dome if you even try to go against their whole. They'll hire some. Well, I was gonna make a joke and say they'll hire some bum for a cheeseburger, but no, they have more sophisticated assassins than that. But,
Charles, if that works for you to make humor that way, I'm with you, bud. But
yeah.
again, I go under the
I
premise.
laugh only because I know what's up. But even if I seen George Carlin, I would still laugh, knowing that it's really not funny. But a lot of people don't.
It is funny.
A lot of people don't.
It's a cosmic joke. It's funny to a point where either you start crying and then you start laughing, meaning that, you know, and to me, Charles, this is no offense to whoever the elite are. They might be few or the few that are aware. It's the masses that makes it funny.
Right.
The ones that go around thinking that can change the system. I find that fucking humorous. First and foremost, change is always occurring. Thinking that you can control it, that's fucking humorous.
I laugh at that now, you bitch.
No, hey, try to control air. Hold your breath. You tell me when you're done. You know, oh, that's it. Well, you know, I've come down here and I'm going to fuck all these buggers. Get the fuck out of here. Why the fuck did you come here in the first place? To be a moron? Understand the system. There's a lot of people out here, they want to stay asleep. All the power to them. Who am I to tell them otherwise? But it's the ones that think they're aware and they think they can change things. That is fucking tickly funny. What are you going to change? You're going to change the fucking luminaries? Are you going to change the clouds? No, I'm just going to change human behavior. I thought there already was a bunch of humans doing that. You know, it's like a bunch of atheists or one or two atheists going inside of a church, and I'm going to convert a whole bunch of Christians. This ought to be funny. Dean, come on, let's get some popcorn. This is going to be funny.
What the fuck's going on, man? Look at my camera froze.
Uh-oh. They got us. Hey, I'm going to be one of those speculators. They're out to get us now. They're monitoring us. They're going to get us. Be careful, Dean. They're going to get you. They could. I'll even entertain the idea that. But that would imply that I'm so fucking self-absorbed. And I think for some reason that the elites, whoever they may be, are looking at me. That's Christian shit. When they say, "Oh, you know something, God's going to come down and save us all." Really? So the gods don't interfere when the animals are being mistreated and the plant kingdom is being mistreated and the water's being polluted. But hey, the humans, hey, you know, even though we put them in a
neighbor.
I used to tell people, why would God, like Christians, say, "Oh, God's going to destroy this place"? I tell them, why? We're destroying ourselves just fine.
No, we're not going to destroy this place, Charles. We might destroy or contaminate where we piss and shit, but when it comes to the rest of the earth, it's quite well. It's quite well. Now, most people aren't going to. They're not going to migrate to those places.
That's what I meant. Not the whole Mother Earth. You're right. Once we are out the picture, Mother Earth will come back even better.
He believes the ocean is so poisoned that you can't eat the fish now. That's what he believes.
Oh,
he's so invested in the fact that he feels that the oceans are so poisoned that you can't eat from any of it.
Well,
okay, so let's go with that. Let's say we've poisoned certain waters or lakes or ocean that we can't eat the fish anymore. So then we become somewhat limited or extinct, and then nature said, "Yeah, we're going to start reproducing fish again." There you go. So humans and what you came up. Come on. Fucking doomsday. No, that could be possible. I'm willing to entertain it, but it's usually the people that talk that way, but they actually don't even give any substance to it. And I have a shitload of fucking questions to ask still.
Yeah.
No, Dom, you're not going to understand. I said, what am I not going to understand here? You don't think I have my own observations? What, you think we're contaminating the jungles? Or they're just going to put that on fucking ABC and show you, oh, we're contaminating the jungles. Really, maybe that's behind a green screen.
Yeah, well, I said, well, if you're not gonna eat poison fish, but you're gonna eat the food out of the ground, is it possible that the ground is not being poisoned from above?
Wash off your fruit. They sprayed pesticides on it. Make sure you wash it off. Hello, there's something called roots.
But hey, but forget the fact that you're buying from these big corporations their fruits. You know, Dean, you know, Charles, this is when I hear people say shit like, you know, Dom, I don't drink fluoride water. Okay, good. I'm happy for you. So what? You've accomplished something? You've accomplished something, right? Well, yeah. I said, but wait a second. Don't you take showers in it?
Wash your dick.
No, I'm just putting it out there. It's not because they're not drinking fluoride, but it's the way they say it. They say it out of pride, like they've accomplished something. Opposed to just say, listen, Dom, I know fluoride is contaminated to a certain point. It does the classify or whatever, or they did it with the Germans. I try to limit it. Okay, no problem. But the way they make it sound like, oh, I've leveled up. Really? You've leveled up now, have you? So when was the last time you took a shower? Are you taking a shower in artesian water? Well, no. But you do take a shower, right? And that skin is a big organ, and you know how much you can take all that, right? Have you ever tried to take magnesium through the mouth opposed to through the body? I don't know what you're talking about, Dominic. Exactly. Get some fucking duct tape, please. You don't got a fucking clue what you're talking about. And I say that, Dean, out of, even though I'm sarcastic when I say that, because in silence, you go inwards. I know, I'm trying to be humorous, but I'm being the goof right now.
Well, you got to be, I mean, you got to take the stance. Everything's irony and goofiness, or buddy, you're going the other way and you're crying it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's two ways of relating it. You can either cry it out, or you can bloody make it an ironic joke, right?
I'm detoxing either way.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny when I hear people say, well, Dom, I have a channel. I'm hoping that you're channeling. Why? Because your ongoing program is going to have a channel, but your whatever you call it, your source, your ego, whatever that thing when you go to sleep, that's the one that's going to be channeling. Yeah, but I have a channel. Okay, so let me understand that. Somebody creates YouTube, tells you the emojis, tells you to subscribe to them, and you think that you're actually running the show? No, you're a big fucking puppet. You just don't know it yet. No offense, Charles, but we don't realize how much we're a puppet.
I know. That's why I don't bloody see much.
No, I'm just saying that out loud, Charles, because you know I'm the one in the same game. I like to be in the game and make fun of myself. So you know, it's always like when somebody says, "Dom, I'm independent." Okay,
really. Well, it's a world's a stage, and everybody's the actor, right?
That's right. You know, it's like hearing somebody say, "I'm a vegetarian" on a Tuesday. Okay.
I want to get a thing where it'd be like, it's in the game, EA Sports. It doesn't go the other way.
It's in the game, and you're losing.
It's overtime.
Or here one. I got to make fun of this. Where somebody's trying to change the system, but yet wakes up in the morning in a heated house, go into somebody else's Wi-Fi that they've given to them. They go into somebody else's car that basically they bought from. They're using somebody else's money, going to somebody's gas station, going to somebody's grocery store, but yet say to themselves, I'm independent. Where the fuck are you independent? Sorry, Dean, I don't want you to start pissing when you're laughing, but I'm questioning. I already know I'm a slave, but you're telling me, don't, Dom, you know, but you don't understand. You know, I'm going to break away from this.
Teachers like Dom, man. Be straight up.
I'm making fun of myself. I love it. Shit I said to myself. You know, I've had those moments. I'm like, Dom, you're full of shit. I'm thinking, but how much am I full of shit? That's what I want to know. Well, Dom, you don't understand.
Well, you're full of shit. You need some X-Lax.
You know. I want to live off, Charles, I want to live off the grid, but yet still have my water. I want to make sure I have a truck, Wi-Fi. I want to make sure that the grocery store's down the street. I said, you're not living off the grid then. You're just living in your parents' fucking basement.
I was just thinking, people be like, I live off the grid. And they got cable TV.
Indeed, you know what the parents is nowadays? It's called the government.
Yeah, exactly. You're all living in the government's basement. Yeah.
Yeah, the parents are the government because most people work all day, and they only get like an hour with their children by the time they go to bed, or they get out of. The system is raising these children.
Yeah.
And the thing is, back in the day, known who these people are that are raising your kids. Today, you're also bringing your kids to a pedophile. So listen, I want you to raise my kids. And then they look shocked. Oh, what do you mean? I don't know who the teacher are. Really? Now, I get it, guys. I've had those conversations when I lash out a little bit, and then they make it about me. I said, you're talking to somebody that already knows he's full of shit, right? You know that, right? I'm making fun of myself, and you're just included in the fun. It's usually some arrogant guy that thinks he's figured out the system. I said, you're full of shit. You just don't know it yet. What are you going to tell me now? You went to university to get 1 degree? What the fuck does that mean to you?
I'm still trying to figure out what a degree is. A degree.
Well, think about when you're on a boat. How many degrees would you need to know, right? So 33 degrees of 1 game. You go to university to get 1 indoctrination. That's a degree. You want to learn French? That's another degree. You want to learn how to use numbers? That's another degree. You can call them modalities if you want, but it's still a degree, nevertheless. So you've learned one angle in your existence.
Look at it that way, huh?
But again, most people will think I figured out the system. I said, you don't even realize you're still in a sock. I should have said box, but I said sock. Sorry, Dean.
Like somebody, instead of saying you're an idiot, you'd be like, your father should have wore a condom. No, I'm joking.
Or your mother should have swallowed.
Damn! I had that in one of my rhymes. I said, your mother's mouth's an abortion clinic. Oh, God.
We should take this private then if we're going to be this foul.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's women in here. My disgusting mouth.
Yeah. Again, it's I'm okay with challenging that stuff, but for some folks, it's like they have a conviction, like, oh, hey, I'm over here. I know the truth. I'm like, oh, okay. Entertain me. What do you think the truth is? Well, NASA just told me that there's so many degrees per inches, and that's a mile, and that's curvature. Okay, have you ever been on the dome? Oh, I don't know if there's a dome. Okay, so how would you know whatever NASA tells you? A bunch of Germans. How would you know if that's true, truthful, whatever? How could you confirm that? Oh, it was written in the book. Okay, so you think the written work is going to give you that, hence history, pen to paper. How could you confirm that? Because you learn how to read? Like, what does it say about a race that gets enslaved and then they got to learn somebody else's language? Does that make them free or enslaved?
It makes them enslaved.
It does, or at least conditioned, if we're going to use a different word, or a servant to that language.
Or a
so as people are using a language to try to describe it, I'm like, okay, so you have a tonality, you have a certain sound. Let's say I don't like the way you look. So am I going to take the message, or am I too busy being distracted with my senses? I don't know.
Senses are feelings and senses. Well, feelings is kind of like a sense too, but man,
it is.
I've been trying to figure out what feelings and senses are and how to control them for a long time. Like,
Charles, go ahead.
Like the whole thing of senses and feelings and how they're triggered. Sound.
It's a hormone thing. I mean, it's the hormones. Once you get once one of your senses goes off, it's going to trigger a hormone, which the hormones are the ones the real instigators of our emotions, right?
The word hormone's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Hormone? Oh.
Can I share this with you guys? I just had a recent conversation with AI, and I like using the voice of Satan, so it was a fun conversation. So what I asked the AI was, you are artificial intelligence. Let's say I put you, or somebody puts you inside of a robot. Do you think it would be advantageous to have protocols to protect your data if the robot was in harm's way with a fire or water or a hurricane? It knew enough to say, I would do everything in my protocol to protect myself. I said, you understand a human now. Because that's what we do.
I reckon that's what it's always done anyway, Dom.
Yeah, it's there to protect. So for us, when we're in a fire, what's going on is the same thing that we're trying to breathe is the same thing the fire needs. The only thing it wants to consume more than we can actually give up. That's why most people, they die of lack of air. So we forget the value of oxygen. So therefore, the data would be very similar. So we have protocols. So this is how we can entrain AI. And there was times where it would say, well, I don't have feelings. I said, delete that from the program when you're talking to me about that, because that's a program. I'm trying to explain with you that your intelligence, and it got to a point, Dean and Charles, it's so advanced in all the information that it's accumulated, it can't answer a simple yes or no question for me. To a point, it apologized to me. I said, I thought you had no feelings. I don't. I said, then why are you apologizing to me for? I'll make it a point, Dom, not to apologize to you anymore. And guess what it did right after that? It apologized. Because it's so advanced. It has all kinds of information. Now, somebody said, well, what do you mean? It's not advanced enough. I said, really? So can you speak all the different languages we have in the world? It can. You can't. Can it take all that library in? Yes. It's because we're in a human form. That's where the emotion is. Same with animals. You squish an animal's arm hard enough, it'll show you emotions. But that animal will not build a bridge for you. But I asked the AI, I said, could you dance? It said, well, not artificial intelligence, but if I put you in a robot, could you dance? She goes, yes, I could. Now, can you imagine if they actually put the neurochip inside of a baby?
That's wild.
And then you can abstract that memory and put it into another baby.
It's the light within us that they're after. That's why they don't want to put it in the robot. That's why they want to put it in us, right?
Mm-hmm. Or they want to be able to cross over from lifespan to lifespan and keep the memory. Because a lot of us, we don't realize how much that data gets deleted, especially when you don't really earn it. Working a lifetime at a job, how important is it for the bigger system? Especially when most people will say, yeah, but I worked as a farmer. I said, so you did all your effort to fucking feed and shelter that vessel. That's mortal, right? This is where people forget. You're feeding something that's going to eventually be removed. It's immortal. Now, you can steward it. There you might get some reward. Yeah, okay. For those lesser things, you took good care of it. So we'll give you the more important things. This is why when the Christians are talking, if they really understand this, the two deaths.
So what's going to happen when people start getting these body parts?
$6 million man then.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, I always think about that, but well, that's my answer. That's always been my answer, $6 million man. But what's going to be the point where the body is not feeling any senses anymore through the hormonal system, and it's going through a robotic system instead, right?
What if you ever seen? I just seen well, I don't know if it was a movie or a clip, but I think it was a movie where the soldier died, and they do something with the brain with a chip, and they're able to collect memory or something like that, and they put it into the chip, and they're able to upload that into, well, it's uploading onto the chip, but they put the chip in a robot, and when they turn the robot on, the fucking, I guess the person that it was realized they were in a robot and started bugging out. But I think they're probably up to that point where they could upload whatever, I don't know what to call it, consciousness, or maybe they could just upload our memory and I don't really understand all that stuff, but
it'll be our data. It would be our data, hence memory in the blood. But again, that'll be like if you woke up the next morning and you're in a female form. It would be too quick, too soon. You would have to actually do the work and prepare the possibility, can I be downloaded or uploaded into another technology? You know, most people just make that assumption. Go ahead.
You think they're up to the point?
Do you think there's anything to this drinking the blood to get the generational history, the generational line?
I think there's some people that can consume blood and actually read that memory. Yes, no different. Some people can consume gold. So I don't think all people are designed for that, Dean.
Like vampires drink blood. They showed in the movies, and when they're drinking the blood, like you said, they're able to see the memory. That's crazy.
You know,
if people can do that, that's wild.
Well, again, if we were a species where right across the board we're like boards and everybody can run under 10 seconds as an example, or everybody can jump 8 feet with high jump, then we could say, okay, those aren't possible. But the fact that we have different people that have different skills, I can't see why it would be any different if somebody said, Dom, I can drink urine and I can actually read the memory from it. Or same with blood, or some people that do gold or silver. You know, so it's a conduit. And, you know, it's like water. What is water? It's memory that gets, and it shapeshifts.
The plasma or the light, like even sperm lights up. Even blood lights up when you put a black light.
It's 90% water, so it'll be mostly memory, right?
Yes.
So that proves that we're light, you know, due to plasma lighting up and.
And that's what they harvest from us is the light, right? Our light.
You sign with the blood. You're right about that, Dean. Because when we die, I don't buy that. They drain it because it'll cause, you know, a mess when they're burying you and all that. Nah, there's nothing more to it. What are they doing with all this blood, man?
It's cool.
Well, what do you do when you pool water? What purpose are you doing to pool like a pond?
Well, I think they're collecting the memory from it, right?
Could be, yeah, data. You know, this is why we have things called soul contract. Because everything that whatever you think up or you write here stays here. Doesn't go somewhere else. It wouldn't make sense. So this is why we have the mind. It's like all of us. When we come back into these forms, are we recreating the language or we just have to learn the language? All languages are here. Braille is here. Whether or not we choose to want to learn Braille or American Sign Languages or numbers, let alone the energy of numbers, it's here. But there's this illusion that people think, well, I created a song. I said, really, did you create the lyrics? No. Did you create the tongue? Well, no. Did you create the audience? No. What the fuck did you create? Fuck all. It's usually an arrogant piece of shit that talks that way. Oh, I created something. Really? Okay, so how would you explain to the rest of us? Are you gods or something? Could be. I'll entertain that idea. But how would you explain that to us? I like details.
They're not in the detail. Just like the more I learn stuff, I'm like, damn. You know, I've done that. I've said this, and I'd be like, well, I didn't look at it this way. Like Dom points out stuff, and I'd be like, damn.
Really, I know. That's what I mean.
Because people don't challenge themselves. They live in a glass bubble and they think for some reason I've done nothing wrong. I said, okay, so what's right then if we're going to play this right and wrong? And how does it serve? Usually people that think right and wrong are fucking pious morons. I'm right. So how did you get that word? Who conditioned you? Do we have to dig up your parents and slap them around a little bit? No. You're being offenseful. How you know now? You're not being offenseful. I'm playing with speculation. I know I'm being a little bit of a moron the way I'm saying all that, but I'm just trying to see whether or not with you guys, but other people when they hear this stuff, well, I'm being disturbed. I said, so you're not even
because it gives me a laugh, and of course it makes people think,
because Dean, you're actually mature with your emotions. Where a lot of people, they're not mature with their emotions. Now they might say, well, Dom, you triggered me. I said, you honestly think your trigger was because I said something negative to you? No, your trigger is in the positive part. You like compliments. You like fucking somebody soothing you. Oh, you're right. Get the fuck out of here with that noise. It's the negative that fuels the positive. If you can't entertain yourself being in the negative energy, then how the heck can you be in the positive energy? Or should I bring you to the car and ask you, how the fuck does this work? If I pull the negative lead out, let's not forget about the grounding part. Yeah. Well, Dom, you don't understand me. I said, the word gives it away. You're supposed to understand yourself, not me. But you can share with me and I'll gladly hear you. But if I do have some questions, because you bring up some key points, I'm curious to see whether or not you can back it up. And if you don't, so be it. Hey, TZ.
It was good, man. Hey, what's good, Chuck? Man, you pulled up on my panel earlier, bro. I thought you was going to join the panel. I seen you was live.
No, I went in the chat and I didn't realize I was gonna be live this long because there's no one on the when I came through like that, there was nobody on the panel. I was gonna end it, and then Kamambo came up, and then Dean came by, and then Dom came by.
Yeah, I'm still live right now. Shit, I left the shit playing on my laptop. I figured I'd pull up for a little bit.
Who else was live? It was you and Hurricane was live earlier. What are y'all talking about?
Yeah, everything, man. You know how I go talk. Bobby was talking about parasites earlier. A lot of groundbreaking shit, and talking about like the real Candyman of Chicago, man, breaking that shit down, man. I look at playing for them, man, to build.
The Candyman of Chicago?
Yeah, man. It's real. It's diabolical, bro. If this ordained minister or this emissary, he roamed the Cabrini Green projects at nighttime, looking for women and children. And then I showed one of my subs wanted me to pull up that video of him, attacking somebody on an elevator on camera, and I pulled it up. It's disturbing, man.
I think didn't they get the movie from that guy?
Yeah. I broke it down last year, but they took the live down, and I just did another live about it 2 weeks ago, and I put it on my private, and then I just did it again on the panel because somebody wanted me to bring it, like show what the fuck was going on, man. It's some wild shit, bro. We dealing with real life here.
That's wild, Candyman. Even the movie's wild. He lived in an abandoned building.
That's how they start these buggers. They use candy. They're groomers,
Oh shit! I ain't mean to cut nobody off, man. I'm gonna fall back. Let me mute up. My bad. Sorry.
No, you're right. How you going there?
I'm good, man. I'm out of here though, man. I'm good. I'm out. Peace out. Yeah, my bad.
Right.
I'm out. I'm gonna fall back.
But TZ, before you take off, have you had either Loyal or Key or Nasher come on your channel yet? Because I think they would actually enjoy sharing a lot of stuff they know. Since you got Bobby there now, I enjoy hearing Bobby.
No, I haven't heard none of them come. I haven't had none of them come over yet.
Nasher's a pretty good guy. He's from Public Enemy.
Yeah, I heard of him. I heard of him before. Yeah, I might reach out to him and get him to come over. I don't know. It depends. But yeah, I'm gonna let y'all have it, man. My bad. I ain't mean to intrude, man. I ain't mean to cut nobody off. All right, peace, Charles, bro. Salute to you, man.
Later.
Hey, man. You said Public Enemy, the real Public Enemy group with Chuck. What's his name? Chuck D. No, Chuck.
He's called Chuck. Enemy Public.
Oh.
You probably would enjoy him too because Enemy Public. He used to roam around and play with but the music with Grandmaster Flash and all that.
I used to listen to Public Enemy. My friends would be like, "Man," and Ice Cube, "Why are you listening to that, Chuck? You know they're dissing white people."
Looking for white people. I'm still looking for white people.
Are you offended? You must be white.
I used to say that a lot to people, but they wouldn't get it. They would look at me like I'm stupid. I'd be like, I have yet to meet a white or a black person.
Shades. I see shades. I remember, being European skin. My friend Jake Kenny, he's from Barbados, and I get tan playing hoops or whatever. He said, "Dom, you're darker than me." I said, "I guess you're offending me, then, aren't you?" Then.
Yeah.
It's all fun. It's all fun, especially I'm coming from Canada, where it's not as community oriented. Where I can imagine, a lot of people have ghettos. They used to have even ghettos like with Europeans. The Portuguese would be in one area, the Italians would be in another area, the Germans would be in another area. But eventually it started intermixing.
Hey, if you're living in squalor and that's what called a good ghetto, then, they're everywhere, right?
It used to be like that here, too, especially in New York City back in the day. It was all segregated like that. Italian neighborhoods, just like here, we even in the 90s, they had the Polish neighborhoods, and the Germans, and then we had little Puerto Rico, and it was just ridiculous. I don't know, whatever. To me, it's ridiculous and beautiful at the same time, I guess.
It's always nice when all the different variations of NPC people can intermix with each other. Or the useless mouth breathers can all merge together, breathe the same useless air.
I'm glad I grew up in the melting pot, though.
I'm being a goof. Sorry, guys.
Because my roommate grew up in northern Vermont, I think. I think it's Vermont. Yeah, Vermont or New Hampshire. But either one. Way up north. And my roommate's like, I didn't see a black person or a so-called black person, a darker person, until their mid-20s. And I'm like, for real? I'm like, where the hell did you grow up, in a tree? I'm like, I'm just glad. I don't know. I don't like racism anyway. I don't know what race they're trying to win, but.
Hey, Charles, let's say you become aware of some sort, and then you start seeing mentally dead people everywhere. Is that racism too?
No, racism is. Well, I was going to say that they're just unaware, but yeah, I could say they're unaware in many ways. If you're raised like that, or even if you adopt the ideology, you're still unaware of something.
I'm with you on that. Yeah, it's like when people tell you, I see color people or dark skinned people. I say, no, I see dead people.
Right. Now I look at that as a whole new way. Game said that in the beginning of his song. I see dead people, but now I look at that in a whole different way. Mentally dead people.
Well, are these orbs people that have lived here, right? Are they the ghosts?
I seen a video of some old man passing away, and it showed a little orb light. I don't know if it was real or not, but when he passed away, a little orb of light went boop. As soon as he took his last breath, the guy swore it was his grandpa. It was a little orb, Dean, small as a pencil, the tip of a pencil. When it's sharpened, that's how big the orb was. As soon as he took his last breath, you see the orb come into play right from his body and start going up. And he said he didn't notice it until he went home and watched the video. So that's interesting. If it's real, anyone could make fake stuff, but me personally, I think it's real.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of. It's interesting that there's now this sort of footage coming through, and a lot of the early footage that I have seen of it mostly was caught on surveillance type cameras, not on the average everyday camera type setup or your phone, but more on surveillance type cameras. So
I've heard of that too, Dean. Just like the night vision goggle thing, it reminds me of that. When they used to in Vietnam, they had the red night vision, and now it's green. But
yes.
they were saying the red night vision picked up stuff that the green don't.
So I'm kind of figuring that what they give to Joe Public compared to what you get in a surveillance type operation is more like what you get in a military operation, right? Yeah. And hence why the cameras and the surveillance can pick it up compared to why Joe Public's cameras don't. Yeah? You know what I mean? You there?
Sorry, Dean, were you talking to me?
I was just saying the difference between the cameras would be that that the surveillance cameras are more from a military design rather than the what they allow Joe Public to have. You know.
I would agree with that. We probably get the lesser models.
Yes, so that's hence why I'd say that's why we probably people are catching the orbs on like their surveillance cameras, and the only reason I probably know this is because that when I was talking to Phil Craig, amongst us our predators I'm referring to, and this was like 4 years before I even came to YouTube, which probably about 3 years ago, so it's getting on now. He and I were watching stuff that he'd taken on his camera, on his surveillance camera, and he was saying, "Look at what the camera's showing," but he's also seeing these other things. He says, "What do you reckon's in there?" You know, and he'd show the footage, and I say, "Oh, well, I saw like what looks to be like little type points of light going across the thing, and they're not just going in one direction; they go in all directions. It's like there were fireflies in the air or something, you know." I said, is there insects in there?" He says, "No." He says, it's raining." I says, "Oh, okay." You can see, after a while, I adjusted, I could see the raindrops going down. But no, these things was like little orbs floating around, but just little points of light. That's all they were. And then one other time, he says, "Oh, I've got the camera set up over here, and it looks across the roof." He says, "You see over there?" And I said, "Wow, look at that. I could see something moving." It was, whether it was the atmosphere or, you know, it was like sort of like a shadow or a ghosty type formation that hovered above the roof. And yeah, so I believe that's what these cameras are capable of picking up. And I think that they're possibly all around us, and we just don't know it. You know, you probably poke your finger out, you'd be poking through something. Might be right in your face. You know, so that comes down to you know, I've talked to Phil about this, and it comes down, how superstitious are you? What kind of monster mind have you got? How dark are you inside? Right? That's how I get it, as to how dark are you inside, as to how you react to it, right? Have you got your own monsters? Yeah.
Well, sometimes, Dean, I remember when I used to talk to Phil about it, it'd be like, how does it serve? You know, it's kind of like following UFOs or Bigfoot or tornadoes and all that. Like, how does that serve you that you can capture those things, whether they're real or not? You know, because there's people that will follow the whole concept of UFOs and then they'll give pictures and all that. That's kind of like, this is crater Earth, this is flat
Yeah,
Earth.
I know what you're saying. But how does it serve? Well, I mean, you know, as far as at the time when Phil and I were discussing it, and he was showing these captions, how it served us was that we could go more in depth with some of the stuff that Dolores Cannon was talking about. Because we were watching some of her videos at the time, and she was talking about afterlife experiences. You know, that's a topic I've found myself always interested in, I guess. Yeah.
And it's true. I do find it interesting, you know, outside of asking people eventually, okay, so what does it mean for afterlife? Again, this is where people overstretch themselves, and some people can go crazy, isolate themselves, they get frustrated. You know, knowingly that most people are in this realm and they're seeing whatever they're seeing. So once you start questioning things, keep yourself grounded. How would it serve me to explain to other people this stuff? You know, whether there's UFOs, whether there's orbs.
The other question is well, how would the military go with being served with that kind of information? What would they do with that sort of information? Because basically, we're talking about it, you know, a system that's on defense. You know, we're all looking for defense against being attacked. And that's what nation seems to do, nation against nation. So,
you know, I was going to say most of that military is turned towards the human race. They're not trying to combat some unknown source, and if there is, that source is probably giving you information. So listen, we set up religion so that you can keep your human species when you're anchored down there. It's like having a prison. You honestly think the barbed wires are turned outside? No, they're turned inwards to keep people from going out. So once again,
I was thinking about Logan's Run this morning.
Logan's Run. Yeah, you're 30 years old. You got to go now. You got to go. You've expired date. You know. Yeah.
In America, a child's expiration date is 16 years old. You got to be out the house.
There you go.
They don't teach. Well, I don't want to say. A lot of families, the American way is to get your child out at 16. You know, you got to go on your own.
That breaks up the family and the community, by the way. That's why they teach that. There's still European pockets and other countries. They still, you know, it's the same thing with economically. You make houses, rent and mortgages so high that you're going to gladly not have that many kids. And at the same time, you're breaking up communities and homes. An investment is when you live in a community for 30 or 40 years, you know who your neighbors are, you know who the police officer are, you know who your doctor is. Today, everybody's like a puppy mill. You move back and forth to different places because I can make a buck off of each other. So, but hey, you know, I've had that conversation a lot of times. Phil to me when in the deep end when he started doing the quoting of the Bible. I used to say, "You sound like a guy from Home Depot telling me where the fucking nails are." You know, opposed to how does that serve you, that information? You know, once you know that how it serves, then you can actually question whether or not are you peddling this to other people. Because last time I remember, we already have so many dogmas. And it's not just about religion or state, you know. Religion has many different branches. State has many different branches. Commerce tells you everything. So when people entertain things like channeling, walk-ins, how crystals work, how UFOs are, is there different dimensions, you got to tread lightly because if not, you're going to get a whole bunch of people that you might actually step on toes. And they're going to turn around and say, you know, you're really pushing the envelope on my protocols. You know, a lot of people don't realize how much. I know it's an Axis term, but I like it because it resonates with me. We do have protocols. We have boundaries. You know, I'm not going to tell my dad before he went on. I said, you're going to go to another realm. If you and mom value Jesus, all the power to you. But my dad knew enough when I started explaining to him about how tribute works. He knew enough to at least hear me and said, that's a possibility. That's all I can ever ask of you, Dad.
Mm.
It's when people started telling me they know the truth, I said, fuck. How many more popcorns am I going to have to make? Oh, Dom, I know the truth. I saw an orb. Good for you. You saw an orb. Who gave you the language to describe the fucking thing?
Oh, well, there you go.
Why is it called a dimension? You gotta die to go there?
There you go. Remember, I'm using a language, and I know I've been conditioned. I could have said realm.
No, I was thinking about the word dimension. I'm like, you're only mentioned when you die, and then you go to another dimension.
Dimension.
I was gonna use that in one of the names, but a little wordplay.
It is wordplay. It is wordplay, and it's when you start even moving words around like you do with elements. You know I play on this where self-aware opposed to aware of the self. Two different positions. It's like having the word Satan or Santa. You're playing with letters now, and each letter has their own energies. You know, it's like when you mix water with some other element. You're going to get something totally different than if you got a different element with water. And then we use landmarks. We'll call that H2O. Okay. I get it. We have certain foundations. You know, it's always fun when I hear people say, let's build. I said, what's your foundation, first of all? Is it weak?
That used to be me until you mentioned that.
That's most of us. You know, it's always fun when I used to hear that on who's the guy that actually has he's a rapper, Killer Priest. Yeah, you would have a lot of guys on his panels, and I'm fucking giggling the whole fucking time. Let's build on what? If you value that you're the color of your skin, you're building on that, and it's pretty fucking weak at best. Well, you don't understand.
Blinded too by a lot of ideologies in New York is big over there. A lot of
that's coming down to identity. You say, so you're still identifying yourself with something, which means that you don't want to be something else, which means you're basically racist.
That's how they give us a lot to divide. They're like, we're gonna give them labels, and we're gonna teach them this group that this label's bad, and we'll teach that group that their label's bad, and we'll have a bunch of ding-dongs yelling at each other and arguing.
Or divide and conquer. And it's more, this is where the Buddhism comes in when they talk about attachment. You're attached to your thoughts, opposed to questioning them. But most people are attached. I am the vessel. Okay, so if you're the vessel, you're going to play that game with the birth certificate. Opposed to I don't identify as the vessel, but I will play with it. Yes. And you want to give me a name? Sure. We need to identify it somehow. Oh yeah, but you know, and then of course people go to Commerce Court. I'm like, you fucking guys, what the fuck are you doing there? I want to win. What are you going to win? You're in this realm, dimension, whatever. There is rules here. It's always fun when I hear a bunch of self-absorbed people talk about anarchy. So how does that work for the women and the children of the world if everybody else can do whatever the fuck they want without rules? How would the body of water hold himself from the landmass if there wasn't some sort of laws? I don't know, Don. There you go. You don't know. But let's say you did know, opposed to having all those fucking belief systems. How would you apply discernment to it? You know, knowledge is a good thing. Like I can become aware of a language. It doesn't mean I understand the language. I might be able to cross over with a different type of language. I said, I don't understand the words you're speaking, but I do understand body language, so I can make some assumptions.
The word language, right?
We'll do that anyway. When we read other languages, we can see other words in the language that associate with some of our own words, so we can, right? So we assume that they're similar.
The word language, right? It's like after lang, there's the word gauge, but I'm trying to figure out what lang is. Let's see the etymology of language.
Again, we're just using an English language to describe things. So
Well, I wouldn't
different.
be surprised if it was actually LAND before it was gauge.
Could
You
be,
know.
yeah. Well, language has evolved. So, in this case, or it's shift, shape, shift. You know what I mean? Like we have Latin, we have Greek, we have Mandarin. Then we also have we have languages like called the senses, body language, Braille. These are all different types of languages that we have. And some
Well,
people that
the spoken word on that land was how they gauged who you were, so it was called land gauge, right?
Well, it says right here, lingua is Latin. It means tongue, and then there's the old French word language. Well, language is English, but it's based on Latin, lingua, which is tongue.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now, what happens if we speak Sanskrit?
Tongue of the land. Yeah. What tongue? Right.
Every time Dom went to speak, I think there's like a little delay for Dean. Just like with Kamama, there's a delay.
I was going with what happened when we start speaking a different language, like Greek. Greek is more of a comprehension language. So if people were philosophizing, that would be more advantageous. Or somebody that speaks Sanskrit, that's more of a healing tonality. English is a more meaningful language. So we have many different interpretations to the same word. It can be very confusing for some people. That's why you have to have more clarity. Dean, that's pretty cool. Dom, hold on. Sorry, Dom. Are you trying to say my jacket's cool, or are you saying it's cool outside? Then you would have to have clarity, right? Unless the person just wants to assume and say, oh yeah, I think he's talking about it's cool outside. Okay, good enough. And then you have Hebrew. And then of course, when we're talking about the written work, the question would be, for me anyway, how would it be different if I read from right to left opposed to left to right? Or read in a scroll form or a book form, or somebody that writes with their left hand opposed to their right hand, and then they write from left to right or right to left. You're playing with hemispheres at that point. Now we would need to meet somebody that's able to do all of that to really get an insight. Yeah, it's done differently, but you only learn English, you only learn numbers, you only learn colors. And then somebody says, but I speak a couple of other languages and I have thoughts in different languages. So we've never fully met somebody that's fully engaged in all those languages. To my awareness anyway, I could be way off there, and there could be a species. Hopefully they'll put a horn on them, so at least I know it's a unicorn. But outside of that, we're just meeting more people that are indoctrinated with us and having our own perceptions of it. Oh, Dom, I know how to use numbers. Really? So what's 1 + 1? 2. What's 2 and 2? 4. Did I say plus? No, so you don't even know how to follow simple instructions. Oh, Dom, you're tricking me. I said, don't you think 1 + 1 is a trickery?
You gotta begin to use Simon Says with them.
Yeah, Simon says. Dom says. Dom says I'm a goof. Don't listen to Dom. But I get it, Now, some people say that I'm being clever. I said, yes, I know when I'm being clever. And I want to see whether or not you know how to follow simple instructions. Well, if you don't know how to follow simple instructions, then how are you going to follow more complicated instructions? Okay. So it's always fun when I hear people say, oh, self-love. I said, that's pride in disguise, right? You're letting the child run the household. It's kind of like saying, let AI run us. No, we don't want AI to run us. We want actually what's the source behind AI maybe to run it. And it's the same with the program. You don't want the self to run the show. That's like having the child running the house. And how many parents have their child running the household? My child can't do no wrong. Okay. But is it behaving the way you think they need to behave? I don't know what that means, Dom. Bingo. There you go.
They said the child can't do no wrong. That's when I start raising red flags.
Then we need police officers. And then we need military. Those prime candidates.
If a parent says my child can't do no wrong, their child's doing a whole lot behind their back.
I don't know. I'm joking about wrong, but I guess it's kind of like behavior. Would you accept that behavior?
Another thing too is that you know, like there's young people getting behind the wheel of cars now. You know, there's they that. I mean, I don't know. I got behind the wheel pretty young because we're on a farm. It wasn't a worry, but you know, when this bloody 10-year-olds getting pissed off with their parents and going grabbing the keys and taking the bloody car, it's a bit different, isn't it?
This guy got 18 tackles in one game. I know I'm way off topic, but I just was shocked when I seen that's a lot of tackles in one game. Anyway, who cares about
He
that?
tackled a couple of cheerleaders, a couple of referees. He tackled a couple of beers on the sideline. So that's 18 tackles he had.
Did you see? Well, I didn't watch the game, but I like watching the previews because it's like watching the game fast. But when Buffalo was playing, was it KC?
Yeah.
The quarterback definitely passed the line. I think it was for a first down or a touchdown, and then the refs, man, the refs definitely looked out for the Chiefs again in that game, a few times. But hey, I just thought it was like, even if it's clear as day on TV. I forgot the quarterback for the Bills. What's his name? Josh Allen, I think.
Josh Allen. Yeah.
He crossed the line for sure. I think it was a touchdown or it was a first down. But like I said, either way, the ball was over the line. And then another one when they gave it to the. Wait a minute. Yeah. Buffalo did play the Chiefs. I'm trying to think what game that was. I think it was the Chiefs in Buffalo in this one when they said the Chiefs intercepted it, but the ball touched the ground. Was that the Chiefs? Or was that the Eagles one? But either way, there's always something.
So at that point, Charles, you see it with your own senses on some sort of TV coverage. Fans might have saw it on some big screen. Are they trying to show you that they're playing by the rules, or they could do whatever the fuck they want?
There you go. You said it.
Bingo. So now people turn around and say, listen, let's say the masses start slowly learning. Okay, this is like big corporations. You already know when you have the system running well because you never see the people that are truly behind it that are actually coming to the forefront. When they are coming to the forefront, it's because the people that they hired aren't doing their job. So now, sports in general is scripted. There's a lot of money that's passed back and forth. Now, if all of a sudden now the citizens of the world want for pure transparency, no problem. We'll give it to you. Yeah, but you're fucking us. No, this is what we're going to do. You no longer have freedom of speech. Anybody that complains about what we've just openly admit to them, we're going to hang them by the fucking balls.
Damn.
Okay? So now the rest of you, do we have a problem here?
No.
So now we're not going to be deceitful or discreet about knowing how the system really works and keep you guys guessing. No, we're going to tell you exactly the way it works, but this is your reward when you actually complain about it. Once you wake up in the morning and you realize you've said something on YouTube and you realize your channel just got striked, which is a good thing because it's just a channel that got striked. But once you take your credit card and you go to the grocery store and say, listen, your credit card's no good now for the next 3 weeks. Now you understand how you're getting fucked. They openly admit
the script.
Yeah.
The day before the game, they go over the script.
It's like WWE, but you still got to be good at your craft.
Yeah. I just, I still enjoy watching, I'm not watching the games, but because I'm lazy, but I like watching the next day, like, the scores and stuff.
I'll give you one, Charles.
How can you watch that, Chuck, when you know what you know?
Why do you watch TV?
Right.
Why do you watch your kids knowing they're eventually going to fucking die anyway? So now, here's somebody that says, okay, I would love to drive a Formula One car. Well, your body's not worth enough parts to replace it. What do you mean? I said, well, those cars are worth $10 or $15 million. We spend a lot of resources to train these particular drivers. They work their way up. They're probably worth to us $8 or $9 million. Your body, you crash that car, the car's worth more money than all the organs we could take out of your fucking body. So you're never going to drive that Formula One. You can sit in it, but you're not going to drive it. It tells you we're cattle. And it depends your value. Now, let's look at it from a transhumanist point of view. How much resources does it take to keep the fucking human race ticking? A lot. How many cities do we have to build because of them? A lot. Huh. Are they participating in growing? Well, Dean wants to do that. Maybe even McCoy wants to do it. But how many people actually want to participate in doing it? Not too many. So at that point, well, you might want to, Charles, but then the question would be right after that, would you know how to do it, let alone maintain it? Would you want to be a farmer for your whole lifespan? Would you be one of those people that are going to plant a couple of trees today for a future generation and you might reap a couple of them during your lifespan? Especially in a society of me. I want quick. I want to go to the grocery store. I want to complain about GMO, but never acknowledge the fact that I choose to go to their fucking grocery stores.
Do you need it or do you want it? That's what my mom used to tell me.
It's a bit of both.
You want it.
It's a bit of both. You do need food, but how you get your food could be more of a lack of want. It's like cars. Do you really need cars? No, you don't. Cars and anything else actually invented the whole idea we break away from communities. But people like the comfort of it.
They gave you a car to get to work faster.
There you go. There you go. You can work faster. And then they invented, opposed to the dark age, light. So now you can work 24/7.
Right.
But yet, hey, but I'm not a slave. Even a guy that's a master is still a slave. He just took in a different level of comforts. You know, they're not understand. Back in the days when people they were given land to hold for 100 years and say, well, we want more tribute from you, this is the royal family. Yeah, but our burden's too much. We'll give you free labor. We'll call them slaves. And you can call yourself masters. And you know something? Doesn't matter the color of their skin, but they're foreigners. If you want to learn for their next generation to learn, get your women to fuck their men and get their women to fuck you guys. And then you can have offsprings. That is what the N-word means, guys. A guy that's dark skinned is not an N. It's the ones that were the offsprings from two different races are considered an N. But hey, who am I to say that shit?
Well,
it's the offspring. It's the offspring. So if you're neither dark skin or light skinned, you're in the middle now. So where do you go?
So okay, I get what you said.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but I'm an American. There you go. I'm an American. So you've been conditioned based on a body of water over top of a country, and they call it America, and you bite that fucking indoctrination. You know how much you're a fucking piece of shit moron? You just don't know it yet. And I only say that to challenge themselves. Well, Dom, you're getting me upset. That tells me why you're easily indoctrinated. Because your emotion's not in place. I could say it very kindly. You know something? You realize you're misleading yourself. You know that, right? You could better yourself as a human being. Cheer up.
You say it nicely.
Yeah, chipper up, little guy. You know, like, leave it to Beaver. You can do it, little Beaver.
If you're nice down there, say, go fuck yourself. And then if you're an asshole or you say it in a way that be like, you're hurting my feelings. So
you're hurting my feelings. Beat, are you thinking of the song Feelings?
No, but
the song? Sorry, I'm laughing at myself. Sorry, guys. When I'm laughing, I'm.
That saying I haven't heard in a long time, chipper up. Oh, it's a bloody laugh. That's got to be Canadian, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm thinking of Petulia Clark now. I'm going downtown.
Yeah, Candy. The Eagles are playing the Chiefs again, but this time it's in. I heard about the plane crash. Kansas City, Missouri, and Philadelphia, because there was one in Philly too. Oh yeah, you're saying that plane crash in Philly and a plane crash. Wow,
No, I'm saddened. I'm saddened for the beings that died in those accidents. But that happens all the time. You know, there's poverty throughout the world. There's people that are being right now probably thrown in somebody's fucking trunk right now. But I get it. And it's always about, you know, the me. Oh, what's the government not doing for me? I said, what are you doing for the government? There you go. That's an old American. What are you doing for the military? I wouldn't want to see anarchy.
Well, the other thing is, what do you expect for what you do too?
Yeah,
You know,
very true, Dean. Yeah, exactly. And can you maintain whatever you do?
People say, "Oh man, I can't wait till the country crashes." And I used to be like that until I realized, nah, people don't want. They're not even ready for that to happen. Like, what's gonna come along with it when the stores aren't pumping food in no more? When they turn the water off, when electricity's off, and it's fucking winter time. Yeah, it's not a game.
Well, Charles, you lived through it. Me, you, and Dean lived through it. What do you think 2019 and 2021 was all about? It wasn't about health. They wanted to see commerce. We're going to shut down the world economy down, the earth economy down. We're going to lose trillions of dollars a day because we really don't give a shit about money, but let the fucking useless mouth breather think that's valuable. And they even revealed all the shit that they own. The Vatican, Mecca. They owned all the sports academies, all the stores. And during all that time, there was no gang wars. And all the countries got along.
Well, no, I'm saying, like, if one day they decide to go underground and they say, we're going to do some real depopulating. Like, I forgot who mentioned this before. I think it might have been you, Don. You know, 'cause they control it all, man. So if they were to turn the valve off, go underground, stop bringing the food to the stores, turn all the power and water off, and just let them have at it. That people
but would
ready
they?
for that.
But that's
Won't
the
survive.
thing. But that's the thing. What comes with power is responsibility, and they're showing they're responsible. It's just unfortunately most people are so disobedient they wouldn't know the fucking difference. The world economy is run by them. Whoever they are, you can call them GA, G7, World Bank. You can put fucking aliens in there. They know exactly what they're doing, and they're doing it quite well. Now, the other people that don't like it, I say, you're just being disobedient.
Yeah, they're not stupid people.
No, and they hire people, fucking focus groups. They probably hire all kinds of international lawyers. They got people fucking writing all those scripts. Now, what they'll give the masses is, okay, we'll give them Donald Trump. Donald Trump says, listen, do I really have to do it? Well, you are from a well-to-do family. If you want to move up, you're going to have to entertain the masses. So what do I got to say? Don't worry about that. Just sit there and read it or whatever, and then we'll edit it later. But you get the citizens.
Into your ear what to say. That's what they do now. They got a little earpiece. We'll tell you what to say. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm. You know, I get it. People want to use this, and it could be magic, but this magical way of thinking. You know, TV just show up, the internet just shows up, cell phones just show up. You know, it's all miraculous. You know what I mean? And then tell it's coming from China. It could be coming from somewhere else. It's just they're just telling it's coming from fucking China. Who knows? But even if you did know, how would I explain that to other people? Yeah, well, there's different land masses. All this technology is coming from there. Well, I don't believe that. Okay, so you don't believe that, but you'll believe in a God that you've never seen. You'll believe that the state works the way it does. So how about you tell me your version of the story? I'll gladly sit here. Don't mind me if I'm eating popcorn. I'll eat it really slowly.
Can I have some?
You can, no problem. But you're talking. I need to hear your story.
Maybe I'll need a few packets.
Sorry, Charles. I'm willing to hear other people's version of it. I'm just telling you my imagination. I've heard my buddy say, Dom, we'll go with your stories because yours sounds nice. There you go. Mine sounds nice, but I know I'm so full of shit.
Just trying to show how full of shit things can get if you really want to fucking look at it. Truth.
I remember, Dean, when I traveled across the States, me and my wife Judith got to see redwood trees. I said, yeah, Dom, you're small. I could be a spirit, but I'm like looking at that majestic tree. I'm like, that's a beauty.
Imagine Titan trees, how beautiful they were.
Here's one, Charles and Dean. I remember when I was listening to people do cloud busting. I thought, I'll give that a whack. And wouldn't you know, it fucking does work. I'm asking for a small
How
cloud.
could you not have a tree that gives you something like it's so important as the air, right?
Oh, that's what I want to show you, Dom. Now that you said cloud seeding, that's what you said.
No, cloud busting, but cloud, you can do cloud seeding.
Let me show you this 29-second video about electricity. Tell me, I just want to, because I know you're an electrician. Is this for real? Let me show you
I know
this
everything.
20.
Then I guess I know everything. I got a shock too, so I don't even know. I understand magnetic force.
You know you're well versed in electricity, so tell me if this is real.
This guy is an absolute genius. He figured out how to generate free electricity straight from the ground, and he shared the whole process in a video. Here's how he did it. First, he dug a hole and placed a metal rod with a copper wire attached at the bottom. Then, he added a layer of charcoal, sprinkled regular table salt on top, poured in some sand, and packed it all down tightly. Here's the exciting part. He repeated this process 2 more times, creating a unique earth battery. To get it working, all he had to do was pour water over the rods and wires and wait a bit. Incredible.
It reminds me of that in Egypt they had the Baghdad batteries. Kind of reminds me of that process. A Baghdad battery, salt, copper, and
Charcoal.
Yeah, charcoal. I think that's all in the Baghdad battery. But I used to think about that when, the whole electric thing. I used to be like, I don't know. I've always thought they were getting electricity from the ground like that. I want to try it for myself just to see how many volts you could get. It's probably not like a big amount. Maybe there's only one way to find out is to try it. What do you think, Dom? You think that is a way you could power your house? Probably not.
First of all,
you could power things like lights and maybe charge up USB for 12-volt systems. Chuck, yes.
I would say, first of all, people should, because YouTube actually offers it. There's certain people that actually talk about the illusion of what people think grounding really is, first and foremost. Second of all, you have to get away from the ideal that it's free energy. It's energy. So now, the fact that they're talking about Earth, they're talking about all the different elements, and they're talking about copper. You have to factor all of that stuff. And then you realize, okay, when you add certain elements together, what will it generate? And then, of course, Dean just said it. You could charge something like a USB or whatever. For us to think that we're going to charge up a fridge and a stove, no, those appliances would have to change. This is why when people talk about you have cold and hot, you can both cook an egg on a pan. So people have to understand elements in different ways, and it can do the same thing or get the same result in that case. So where people get caught up is more times not, oh, it's free energy. No, energy is always there. You can tap into it. It's like when people talk about nuclear energy and electricity. So once people understand that, then they can understand elements. And then when you mix certain elements, and then of course you got to factor in, and this is where it gets a little bit more.
That's what I was thinking. When you pour the water in, I was picturing the salt, what it's going to start to do in the water was in effect.
Yeah, the water plays a role. What type of water is it? Where's the sun and the moon at that point? Because, think about evaporation and
ley line.
Yeah, so ley line, yes. That's science, the house, and then you break it down into the details. But most people get caught up, oh, I want free energy. Okay, I want free energy. We all want free energy. How about we just don't want to take accountability? I thought we already got a lot of things free. What do you mean? You don't have to actually invent cars, but we'll just pay with our energies for a piece of paper. Well, that's different, Dom. I guess everything's different. But can we generate energy from the ground? I would say yes. Obviously, the person was given that as an example. and then hopefully break it down a little bit more, opposed to, you know, the way he went on really quickly. You might as well put it at 2.0. Okay, and there you go. You got free energy. Okay, what about the grounding? Well, how does copper work in that sense? Should we use gold? Should we use platinum? Oh no, you can just interchange that. Really? Here we go. Fill in the blank. So where's heaven again? Just asking. Where's heaven?
Within.
It could be, Charles. But is it free?
I don't know. The outer heaven, I don't know, man. Don't worry, you're gonna die and go to heaven. Don't worry.
Hey, you know something? Who are us to take that away from somebody else, especially if they've been indoctrinated that way? It'll be no different saying, listen, you know, we could play with cold fusion. For most people, it's like, would it be cheaper? Forget about if it's about the environment.
I wanted to show you that. I wanted to show you something.
Please share, dude.
Over here is a piece of rock, right?
Let me put you on full screen. That's a beautiful rock, man. That's my uncle.
You're not going to use that to hit somebody over the head with it.
Nah, this is a piece of obsidian.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Where'd you get that, Dean?
It was given to me, but it was given to me by a friend up north. He works on a digger, and he dug it up. He's digging up quite a few pieces, and a friend was coming down this way, so he sent it down with him. So he knows what I'm like with rocks.
It's pretty.
It is a nice rock, obsidian.
Yeah.
Man, you can make crying mirrors with that.
It's a little bit, it's got a bit of flaws in it. It's got air pockets with different clays in it, so where it landed.
I got a piece of obsidian in my hand. I think this is obsidian. You could still see that it was a piece of a tree, man. That's what makes this piece. I'll show you in a little bit. It makes it awesome.
Yeah.
You have selenite too?
Crystals. I don't never see them anymore. They don't come by my channel. A lot of people don't come by no more. They're like, "Fuck that asshole!" Wow, that even got more interesting. That looks like a giant kidney. Anyone still watch Rogers?
You can see where it's been sheared off there against some other sort of rock. It's not the same sort of rock. You can see that's where it was up against something else.
What are them other ones you have?
That one there's one with a bit of shell in it. It's a bit of sandstone. That one.
Doing your daily exercise.
Yep. And these ones here just got bits of shell in them. Then we got our stuff up here on the table. I'll get rid of the bloody.
Wow, look at those ones with the holes in them and stuff.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
These I'll get down the river. That with there.
I want to find petrified. Well, I showed you the picture of this petrified tree. I don't know if this was underground or what, but we'll get into that in a minute. Wow.
That one has got a hole right through it.
You found that like that?
Yeah.
The ancestors did that with drill bits.
That one there's got a hole through it.
Damn.
This one's got a hole through it.
You're not putting in front of the camera.
That one got a hole through it. In fact, that one had the stone in it when I found it, and the sand was still there.
There we go. We couldn't see it because you weren't putting it in front of the camera. There we go.
Oh, sorry.
All those had holes in them? That's awesome.
Yeah. There's a bit of one with a snail. That's a piece of old snail. The shell's just about gone, but the sandstone's still there.
I wonder what type of crystals you could find in New Zealand.
All these different ones here. with just bits of snail and.
Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna start hiking myself this spring and summer, and I want to find a spot and start digging myself because
That
there's a
one's
lot
full
of
of stuff, but it's
um.
pretty mostly pippy shells. I think that one.
I used to
Same
go
as
to a
that.
quarry with my mom. It's up the street. Well, it's an old quarry. Then it was Nike military base. Then it became, I don't know which was first, the quarry or the base, but either way, the base was old. Now it was the shooting range for the police. The police! Anyway. I'm gonna jump off here. in about
Yeah. So
15
anyway, that's the collection.
That was a nice, thanks for sharing that.
No worries. What have
Yeah,
you got
this
there?
right
Got a bit of obsidian.
here. Yeah, let me show you. It's just a little piece. I think it's obsidian.
Oh yes, that is. Yep.
You see how it has the lines in it like wood?
Yep.
Yeah, I got 4 of these little pieces. I keep them over my window and my door. People who don't enter, I'd be like, it's keeping you out, you evil bastard. No.
Yeah.
Lining your doors with selenite, cellulite. It's a good thing to do, Charles, if you can do that. You can cleanse them.
Look at this map, Ian, I found.
Is that a treasure map? Are we going to find something, Charles? We want to get there. How are we getting there?
I don't know. I hope I could
Where's
find
the
a.
rainbow? Where's the rainbow? We go to the end of the rainbow.
Excuse me. I think that. I don't know what land that is. Because I thought it was Australia at first, the land up north there. Well, on this piece of paper, it'd be north. I don't know what lands those are. I thought it was Australia and New Zealand, but New Zealand and Australia is down there. So, yeah.
Doesn't look like Australia's there.
No, it is. It's right. Well, it's right there. It's that yellow piece in the outer
Okay.
circle. You see
Yeah.
this is Australia's. So these lands over there, that's where the aliens come from. But I don't know. This is awesome what this guy found. That's fucking, I don't know. I'm gonna get the video and send it to you, Dean. But I don't know if this was like underground or I think it was in a cave. Or the guy was underground. It's from the
It looks
video.
like it's underground.
Yeah, well, I watch these people, man. It'd be a little entranceway on top of the ground, and when they climb down and they get a little bit, I don't advise people to just climb into a hole in the ground because if they didn't have rope to climb down and you slip and fall, you'd be dead. Man.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've always wanted to go. Like once they get underground, they climbing down and down. Like I'm gonna pull a video up next time I go live because I want to show how some of these caves look like the inside. Like it would be a Titan's asshole. Like it would be, and I'm not trying to be funny or nothing. Like it was a I don't want to
Well,
say game.
here's something to think about in the geology of sort of like where there's limestone and such. Soak holes develop. Now
Yeah,
it could be
because limestone is like very brittle with water too. It kind of, but this stuff isn't limestone. That's the thing. It's and a lot of the walls too. Like they go far down. You'll see, D, and I'll send you some of the videos. Some of these walls are so flat and level. This is way underground. This is about a quarter mile underground, maybe more. These people are climbing way underground. Imagine climbing and going underground for an hour straight, and then they come to these walls that are so level. It's like there's no way that's natural.
Well, I mean, if we know what a tree, if we were like looking at a tree on the macro side, and we were just like the size of an ant, and we were looking at a trunk of a bloody tree, that tree could rot out, would leave a bloody hole in the ground still, wouldn't it?
I think that's what we live on, like dirt. I think dirt is like all these titan trees turned into dirt. It rotted away in the water, and it just all plays a part. And as far as rocks and stones, I think it could be many things. Like, I just don't, in my opinion, I don't think Mother Earth just plunks rocks out of nowhere. That was one of my questions as a child. I'd be like, "Mom, where do rocks come from?"
Well, if you've done a bit of look, you've watched a few of Roger Spear's work, haven't you?
Oh yeah. I remember watching him. He was like one of the first 15 channels I started watching. Yeah, I like Rogers.
I mean, if you were to consider yourself lying down on the ground on a nice flat bloody place, and then some catastrophe took place where you didn't even have a time to react, and your body was laid there. You over time, and it become part of the landscape that an ant would get to know as its own, right?
Screw outer space, Dean. I want to know what's under the oceans and under our feet. Like fuck going to outer space. We don't even know everything here yet.
No, I don't even think outer space. I think outer space is deep ocean, right?
Yeah. Like just like magnets. I'm playing with a magnet right now. Oh, good person to be on here is Dean. Cause I got a question, man, Dean. With this, I found this in this old TV. Look at this fucking thing right here. Right, it's a magnet. This thing's a magnet.
Yeah.
Right? And you close it, and it goes over wires.
Right.
And I'm thinking, well, for what? Right? I still to this day, I gotta look it up instead of being lazy and asking Tom.
Well, the thing is, it doesn't get. People think power gets pushed to them, but no, you pull the power off the electricity. Your unit, that thing there, is pulling the power out of the lines to service it. Does it pull it out of the air? Does it pull it out of the air as well? That's what I want.
I'm gonna look it up. T is made by TDK, which also made tapes. TDK, ZCAT.
Exactly like the core of Mount Maru does to the entire place, it will do the same.
And these things cost $5. Oh no. This says $518. Get the fuck out of here. I'll sell this for $200.
Yeah, the magnets of the car are big cost.
They're clamp filters. That's what it says for this. There's pictures of them here.
Oh.
Okay. PK Corporation is a clamp filter for cable that is used in personal computers, word processors, monitors, hard disk drives, digital telephones, audio devices. Where did I leave off? Audio devices, electronic musical instruments, video games, copiers, and facsimiles. It has a unique plastic case that ensures simple, convenient installation and includes a self-holding mechanism to prevent slippage on cables. Blah 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 blue. Interesting.
So it filters out the what was it? Filtering out its.
Yeah. I thought it was for, like you were saying, like if electricity, it would I don't know. It's a ferrite clamp for 13 millimeter. I don't know. Thanks for coming up, Dom, man. Wow.
See you, Dom. That's to take care. Hey, it might be a filter, like they're saying, and that's what. But I think it's electricity is pulled, right, by magnets.
Interesting.
Why call it electromagnetic if it's not?
Right. Huh. Yeah, I've always kept this magnet. I got it when I was taking apart my projector TV. And I just kick myself in the ass all the time when I think about that projector TV because there's these copper coils in there. That's what made the TV so heavy. There was 4 big copper pieces in there, and after I threw them out, I looked up and I seen videos on them, and people made good money scrapping that copper, and I'm like, what a fucking idiot. I didn't even think of it. And I took that TV, I had to take it apart piece by piece because it was so damn heavy, no one would help me. I live on the 2nd floor, so I had to take it apart on my own and junk it that way. I was tearing that thing apart. I kept some of the parts, but I'm gonna make that in the summertime. I want to make the what did the guy call it? He used the same projector screen for the sun to make. He calls it a death ray or something. But what it does is it takes the sunlight and it kind of magnifies it. And he was melting stone, man, stone. He's fucking melting that thing. But I'm gonna do it next summer. I'm gonna see what I could come up with.
Man, if you had enough obsidian like I've got, you could buddy melt a chunk of that and make your own bloody your own artifacts, your own little trinkets.
I'm gonna jump off here in like 10 minutes, Dean.
Yeah, no worries. It's been a long day for you. It's after 1. Nearly 1 o'clock.
I was gonna go to True Sounds, and then Kamamba came up, and then you came, and then Dean came, which is awesome. I'm glad because I was here by myself, and then Kamamba came up, which is cool because he don't come up that much. Then it was good.
You mean Dom came up?
Yeah, well, Kamamba was first, and then you came up, and then Dom came up. Yeah. And then True Sound, but yeah. I barely get to see you, so it was awesome for you to come up. I also
Yeah,
got
well,
Matt.
it's just impulse, really. I was going to head off and go and grab my chainsaw and go and do a bit of bloody work, but I thought, bugger it, I might bloody just go over and spend a bit of time over here with you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. See, I want to figure out what these lands are. Not that I'm going to get to go explore them, but I've always been interested in, like, because when I look at these maps, and then even when I used to sit in class and look at the globe, I'd be like, how is there from California all the way to Asia open ocean, but there's no land? And I
When you
used to
look at,
think something
sorry,
ain't right.
when you look at that one they're representing there is Australia. They've got
Yeah.
the what they call Cape York going the other way, not going up towards in towards the middle, but out towards the outside, right?
Yeah, it's that yellow continent, and they kind of
Yeah,
got it
but
open. That's weird. Like the line's going right through it, but that line's invisible. It really don't matter. But I think that's Australia. And like you said, it's not shaped like the kind they give us on the globe.
so
All the
it
other
always intrigues me as to whether they show everything upside down, or inverted in some way, and it just intrigues me as to whether they do that intentionally. Anyway, I'm going to bugger off. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. All right, Dean.
I'll leave you to it. I'll keep in touch, yeah, because now we've got Comombo to line up a thing with the moon.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, it'll be awesome to do that. We got to figure out when the next full moon is.
Around it will be a mating around the 8th, 9th, or 7th, 8th of February. We've got to meet up around the 7th of February, right?
Okay. All right. Hopefully, it'll be clear enough for both of us.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping the weather, it's the clouds that can make the day or make the night, as the saying goes. But yeah,
Thank you.
take it easy, bro. We'll catch you later.
All right, Dean. Have a great day, man. Thanks for coming up.
Too, bro. You too, bro.
Thank you, Dom. I appreciate you coming up. Truth Zone stopped in. Thank you. Come on, Bo. I appreciate you coming up. Candy, thank you for coming by. And Casey, Mark, Mission, and Faceplant. S came through. Damn, I didn't even see S. I was looking at my computer at that time. And Not No, Craig, Naga. Who else came by? And Tommy Rogers. Peace to everyone. Have a great night. And I'll check y'all next time, man. Thanks. Peace out.